You got less than a moment. Pressure's on.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. It is the June 2024 edition of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee meeting. So welcome, everybody. I will confirm that we have all but one. Oh, no, we have full quorum today and they are all present in the room. We also have senior members of staff, CAO, Deputy Clerk, Director of Development Services, Environmental Sustainability, and other members of staff. The public input was invited, input on the agenda was invited through the township email, as it always is. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded in the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in this open meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We have no supplementary agenda. Let me ask committee members if anybody has disclosures of pecuniary interest that we need to deal with. All of our delegates today get 5 minutes to speak. The motions, as they normally are, have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite the meetings. And so we will start. The first, we have two delegations, well, three people, but on two topics today. And they are item 10B and 11A. And rather than, because the delegates are in our waiting room online, I think we will deal with these two items first. So that's 10B, which is the report from the manager of planning on, the cash in lieu of parking. And I believe that is Ms. Crowder today who will give us a report on that, and then we can have a discussion.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of committee. This application is a cash in lieu of parking application, CP 0124, in the name of 1000106013, Ontario, Inc. The subject lands are known municipally as 3047 Muskoka Road 169 in Bala. Sorry, it looks like my computer's disconnected, so just one moment. Okay, so sorry about that. The submitted site plan can be found on page 222 of the agenda package. The applicant proposes to expand the use of an outdoor restaurant patio, which is deficient by 2 parking spaces. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that the application be approved and that a cash in lieu of parking agreement for 2 parking spaces be entered into between the Township of Muskoka Lakes and 10000106016 Ontario Limited, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documentation. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. I believe the applicant, Mr. Feldman, is in our waiting room.
Yes,
Good morning, sir. Yeah.
How are you
could
today?
Very well, thank you. If you could give us your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. My name is Ryan Feldman. I'm one of the co-owners of the Pearl Muskoka. And I just wanted to thank everyone for putting this on the agenda today and for putting together this comprehensive report. I agree with everything that Emily and her team have put together in the report. I appreciate all the efforts on short notice, and I would be immensely grateful for this to pass, given the very shortened hyper-seasonal nature of this business. That is all.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Could we have your address?
Forgive me. The address is 3047 Muskoka Road, 169, Bala, Ontario.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Committee, do we have any questions to either the applicant or Ms. Crowder? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So I do have a thought, and that is, I'm certainly in favor of this, obviously will be, but the concern I have is the minimal parking we have across the road and just up a little bit at Windsor Park. There's a washroom there, a kiosk for the Chamber of Commerce there, and there are very limited parking spots. And I have noticed the Pearl's vehicles parked in there. And I guess my thought would be is that I would certainly agree with staff in terms of putting into the agreement, that's part of the requisite agreement, as they're saying here, directing overflow parking towards the abutting property, which would be the Bala Bay Inn. And or, we have a huge parking lot at the Precambrian Shield. So, I mean, while it's not as handy as parking in Windsor Park, there's only like 16 spots. And if we fill up 5 of them or 8 of them with the Pearl, my concern is we've then affected the traveling public and the people that use that park.
No question there.
So it's not so much well.
Fair enough. Thank you.
The question is, can we include that in the agreement?
Ms. Crowder, do you have any comments on
that? Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Zavitz. So essentially the question is, can we include wording in the agreement to direct overflow parking to a specific spot? I'm going to defer to Mr. Sharp or Mr. Pink. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. I think it's certainly, I believe we would be under authority. It is an agreement. It is an agreement on title where we could stipulate that overflow parking, or if it were to occur, or not to utilize public facilities or a certain facility. If that's a concern, I believe staff did note in our report that potentially we could even include a requirement for signage to direct overflow parking to the neighboring property, which I believe has ample space and seems agreeable, and perhaps the applicant can provide further details. That option, though, I think obviously would have to come with agreement from the abutting landowner, which I don't believe we necessarily have secured as of yet, but that could be explored. But I think to your question, prohibition on users parking in the Windsor Park parking lot could certainly be included in the agreement, and even so far as I think signage on the property to that effect.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to David, I suspect, but I'm going to be a little bit bolder as far as the parking goes. On the lake side, it's actually only a 3-foot sidewalk. on that side. And I'm very concerned about the accessibility. And I guess my question would be, had staff considered accessibility in this particular document? I don't suspect we have, but I will ask is if we can ask either the district and or whoever to put no parking on that side of the road, because honestly, when people park there, they are also infringing onto the area on the highway. So we're now down to 1.5 lanes. But I'm wanting to ask the question about accessibility. Have we considered that at all?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Nishikawa, I think that you're correct that the potential restriction of parking on the one on 169 would be the district, as the Muskoka 169 is a district maintained road. When you're referring to accessibility, you're referring to the width of the sidewalk on that side, or yeah. So again, I think that would be a district matter, as the road itself is a district road.
Councillor Nishikawa.
May I request this committee to request district to do no parking in that area? And I'm going to suggest that it really actually goes right up past the Bala Bay, because of the other businesses on the other side as well. So now we have two businesses as well on the other side that are operating as well. And so I'd like to move forward that request.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, I just wanted to follow up on this signage piece, because it sounds like the abutting owner that would add another layer into this discussion. But I do think Councillor Zavitz also brought up the other parking lot. And so perhaps the signage could include, please do not, in a nice way, but no parking at Windsor Park. Public parking is 100 meters down that way. And you can make it in a nice way, but I think the more we can direct traffic to actually a good parking lot, I think would be helpful. So
Mr. Feldman, could we get your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think all the points raised are valid. I guess there's always been a patio, while the business has changed, there's always been sort of the same parking setup and patio in the past. Has it been an issue? Has this been an issue in the past? I'm just a little unclear on that.
Well, I think committee is suggesting that there either has been or is a possibility. And parking in our township has always been a bit of a concern in some places. And we do know we have a very large parking lot just down the road. And we're just suggesting that you could have a sign directing your customers, if you don't have any parking in your facility, to direct them to the public parking. I guess it's under the bridge.
Absolutely.
Okay, very well.
Absolutely.
So that seems like a good idea. And then the accessibility, the issue on asking the district to ensure that there were no parking signs on the other side of the road. Director Pink, what's your thoughts on that?
Yes, I would look for committee direction. We can add that into the resolution. It would be a request to the district. I think it should be clear as to the extent along 169 as to where parking should be prohibited. And I can add that into the resolution.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I certainly would support that.
General sense around the committee, are both of those initiatives a good idea? Thank you very much. So I think we have to take a couple of minutes to revise the.
When we take our break. Whatever you feel you want to keep the meeting going, we'll come back after our 10 o'clock.
Okay. So we're putting the vote on hold. All right, so we'll put the vote on hold until we've got a revised, and then we'll come back to that and we'll go on to the next item. Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder, but I think you're up for the next item too. We're going to move 11A up because I know we have Ms. Boddam and Mr. Roy are online, and we don't want to have them wait until probably after lunch. So that's 11A, and 11A is the Heritage Designation application. Ms. Crowder again.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is a heritage designation application in the name of the Incorporated Synod of the Diocese of Algoma. The subject lands are known municipally as 1333 Peninsula Road. An application has been made by Judith Boddam and Rosemary Reed, requesting that the subject property be designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. As committee may recall, a decision on this application was deferred by committee on June 15th, 2023, in order to permit the owner to make an application with the Bereavement Authority Board of Ontario so as to determine the feasibility of disinterring and closing the on-site cemetery. The applicants previously advised that concerns surrounding potential disinterring of remains at the cemetery was the principal reason for the application submission. Since this time, the solicitor for the owner has conveyed to the township that they no longer intend to disinter remains and close the cemetery site. The applicants have advised that they would like to continue with pursuing the heritage designation, expressing that this site is important in preserving the history of the original settlers of Port Sandfield. When an application to designate a property as a heritage property is submitted, it is common practice in Ontario, although not a requirement, for a heritage evaluation report to be completed. The purpose of such an evaluation is to determine whether the subject property possesses sufficient cultural heritage values in the context of legislated criteria to warrant protection. Given that the intention to designate the property remains, should committee be considering designation, staff recommend that a decision be further deferred until such time as a heritage evaluation report be prepared by a qualified professional and submitted to the satisfaction of the township. Staff have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. I think we will have Ms. Boddam, I believe, is Mr. Roy, we'll have you go. Just happens to be the order they're on my agenda, so we'll do Ms. Boddam. Do you want to have your 5 minutes before us?
Yes, please.
Very well. Thank you very much. Name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Judy Boddam, and I live at 580 Union Street East, Fergus, Ontario. And good morning. I'm the eldest daughter of Rosemary Cox Reed, whose great-grandparents and my great-great-grandparents were original pioneers of Muskoka. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about the historical cemetery. I have applied to have designated a heritage site. I would like
Ms.
to
Boddam,
provide- Yes.
Your picture for us is sideways. Is there some way you could flip that around? Not that it's critical if you can't. Oh, did it correct?
Wow. It's just
Yeah. Fair enough. The PowerPoint's fine. It was just your picture.
Okay, I'll just stop my video. How's that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Sorry.
I interrupted
I would
you.
like to provide some background history of the family before I move on to the cemetery. I've also provided some photos I would like to share throughout my presentation. The Cox property began at the original schoolhouse, which is located at 1472 Peninsula Road and extended into Port Sandfield, which is where Prospect House was located. My great-great-grandfather, Enoch Butwell Cox, and his wife Sarah built Prospect House in 1882, which was one of the first hotels in Muskoka. Over the years, many photographs and the history of Prospect House have been documented in magazines and written about in books by local authors and historians. Fanny Cox, daughter of Enoch and Sarah, is the author of Muskoka Memories, written under the name Anne Hathaway. Enoch Cox donated the land and built St. George's Anglican Church in August of 1883, 1 year after the hotel was constructed. Prospect House housed the first post office in Port Sandfield, and St. George's Church was an adjunct to the hotel until the church was consecrated in 1907. Upon Enoch's death in 1898, his son Edward, along with his wife Christina, took over the management of the hotel. The cemetery is located to the southwest of the church and was built in the late 1800s overlooking Cox Bay, which was mapped in 1878 on Lake Joseph. There are headstones memorializing the founding family and descendants. We believe that Jane Taylor, a niece on Christina's side, died in 1865 or 1867 and is possibly the first to be interred here. Enoch and Sarah's daughter, Edith, died on October 16th, 1895, and is interred here along with their son, Edward, and daughter-in-law, Christina, as well as their niece, Jane, and we believe an infant son, Charles, and possibly one more infant. We're unsure of the infant's dates of death, but we do know that Charles was born in 1896 and assume he died in infancy, as there are no further records or information on him that we can locate. My mother, Rosemary Cox Reed, the last remaining member of the Cox family, would like to have her ashes interred here alongside her husband's, William Reed, which were interred in 2006. The cemetery has a small wall handcrafted from hand-hewn local granite and has a hand-forged iron gate made by the Smithy, a blacksmith located in Glen Orchard. It is our understanding a local cottager that attended the church services organized acquiring the gate. As a side note, the funds to build the church came from hotel guests and local cottagers. The Cox family home was located on the property to the west of the cemetery on the shore of Cox Bay and also had an identical stone wall bordering the roadside. Our family has always cared for and maintained the cemetery and will continue to do so. My grandparents, Enoch Buell Cox and his wife Daisy, settled on the property adjoining the church and cemetery. The cemetery has always been a great source of interest for people traveling in the area, and to this day, many stop to take photographs due to its history and beautiful location. This is the first and only cemetery in Port Sandfield and has historical significance to the area. I also believe that once a burial has taken place, this should be one's final resting place, not something to disturb for monetary gain or any other reason. I've included an email from the Bereavement Authority of Ontario in which they state that cemeteries are meant to be kept and protected in perpetuity, and heritage designation will act as an extra layer of protection for the cemetery. You're welcome to contact Jillian Glover, and she can be reached using the information provided in her email. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. In exactly 5 minutes. Mr. Roy, if you could.
I'll be a bit quicker. We don't oppose the heritage designation with respect to the cemetery. The cemetery remains closed, but we do oppose any attempt to designate other aspects of the property. And we would need, if the current plan is to designate anything other than the cemetery, we want to have the opportunity to submit our own heritage study.
Very well. Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions for Ms. Walker or the applicant or Mr. Roy? Thank you. Councillor Mishikawa?
Thank you. To you, it's more of a question to you. Having heard what Mr. Roy had to say, do we not just allow the whole process to muddle through? I just have been part of it, so I just know it's a little bit long process.
Well, why don't I read the resolution, because it seems there weren't a lot of questions here. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be resolved that Planning Committee recommended the Township Council that a decision on the heritage designation application by the Incorporated Synod of the Diocese of ALGOMA, 1333 Peninsula Road, roll number 4-9-051 be deferred pending the submission of a satisfactory heritage evaluation report completed by a qualified professional. So it is essentially recommending a deferral. Councillor Nishikawa.
So thank you. So that's our professional, not
Ms. Walker?
professional that Mr. Roy is.
So
submitting.
we now have a thought that perhaps we might end up with two professional opinions.
Through you, Chair Bosemuth, my understanding is that the heritage evaluation report would be, the expense of that would be taken on by the applicant for the application. Regarding which professional provides the heritage evaluation, I'm not sure that matters so much. It's more so just that it is a qualified professional. And if we receive the study and feel it necessary to do so, we could have the study peer reviewed by another professional.
Mr. Roy is suggesting that he also would like to have a professional report done. How do we handle if we end up with two?
Well, I think that they're, through you, Chair Bosemuth, I don't think there's anything preventing them both getting them done. I just think that for the application to come for a decision to be made, it's not necessary to have two. But if the findings were different, we may want to consider having them peer reviewed so that we can reach a more.
Director Pink, comments?
I think what may be helpful to provide some clarification for committee if both the applicant and Mr. Roy could provide some clarification. The first is with respect to the designation of the cemetery. The applicants have now heard that the property owner is not opposed to designation of the cemetery. Is that sufficient for the applicants, or again, this is a bit of a unusual situation in that the applicant is not the property owner. So just inquiring, staff did advise the applicant that the cemetery, under the Cemeteries Act and the Bereavement Authority, is largely protected, and yet still wanted to pursue the designation of the property. So I think we need some clarification from the applicant as to what aspects of the property they're looking to designate. Is it the building and the church as well? Because then you heard the property owner object to that. The second clarification, I would look to Mr. Roy. I appreciate you don't impose designation of the cemetery. I just want to clarify, both for committee and the owner, a designation of property, heritage designation runs with the entire lands. The designation itself will have a bylaw, and it will stipulate what specific attributes you're protecting. It might be the wall, it might be the cemetery, etc. But it runs with the entire lands. So it's not as if the designation is just on the cemetery. It will be registered against the lands. And I just want to confirm with Mr. Roy if that changes their opinion on the other aspects. I don't see the need or feel the need for multiple heritage reports. All staff is looking for. The PowerPoint is very helpful and assistance to show the history, but there's certain criteria under the Heritage Act that must be met for a property to actually be worthy of designation. And we need a professional to prepare that report, prepare a designation statement, and identify the attributes that need to be protected. So staff is suggesting that one be prepared, whether that's the property owner, whether that's the applicant, or whether committee directs that the municipality pay. We're looking for direction as to who to prepare that report. But before we get there, I think what's important is that we clarify what exactly we're looking to designate. Because again, I think I've heard conflicting requests here from the property owner and the applicant.
Mr. Roy, I'll ask your comments first.
We're not opposing the designation with respect to the cemetery, as I said. But if that designation goes to the church building or other aspects of the property that are required to be preserved, we would object to that.
Miss Boddam? Would you, I guess the question from Director Pink is, are you happy if the designation was, although it would be to the whole property, would the actual items designated would be the cemetery and perhaps the walls and whatever the professional suggested?
So my understanding was it's the entire property, so that would include the church, would it not?
Director Pink?
Yeah, and I'll try to be a little more clear. Correct. The designation runs with the entire lands, but under that designation, it will specify which attributes the designation is looking to protect or would prohibit alterations without further council approval. That's ultimately the impact of your designation. So for example, there will be, if this process plays out, there will be a public meeting. There will be a bylaw. That bylaw will be registered on title. And within that bylaw, it will state the entire lands are designated, but attributes X, Y, Z are not to be altered unless the property owner comes back to council and asks permission. So again, is the attribute just a cemetery, or is it additional attributes?
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ms. Boddam?
Yes?
Yeah, go ahead if you
Oh,
comment
sorry.
on that.
Okay.
Was that clarification good for you?
Thank you for clarifying. Yes.
All right.
Um,
Go ahead.
Okay, so we would have to do a heritage evaluation for the entire property, correct?
Director Pink.
Typically, that would be the case. Typically, the heritage planner would look at the entire lands and advise the municipality as to what attributes are worthy of protection. I guess we're looking for clarification. If it's just a cemetery, perhaps the evaluation could be scoped in some way. But again, looking for your intent here.
As we are not the property owners, myself and my family are not prepared to pay for an evaluation report.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. And I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Pink's considerations. He did an excellent job of explaining all the nuances to this, but it seems to me that the missing piece to this is the fact that we don't have a heritage evaluation at this point. In other words, we don't know what the heritage attributes of the property may be. And if that assessment is completed, it may come back saying, you know, there is some heritage value to the church and the cemetery, or just the cemetery. So at this point, we don't know. And it just seems to me that the next step here, if we're going to proceed with considering designating the property, is to get that heritage evaluation in order to inform the decision-making going forward.
Fair enough. Mr. Roy, do you have any further comments?
Only that if the designated portion of the property is merely the cemetery, I think you could dispense with the need for a heritage valuation. But if you're going beyond the cemetery, then of course we're into much more of a dispute, and we may not be at that point consenting to the designation of anything.
So to be clear, Director Pink, and Mr. Sharp, I think what we're hearing is we need a report if we're going to have any basis about which to make a decision here. So Ms. Boddam has said she's not willing to pay for one. Mr. Roy, are you willing to pay for is your organization?
No, the payment should come from Ms. Boddam. But as I said, if that designation is restricted to the cemetery, then nobody is going to have to incur these expenses, and or else that could be expedited, and the cost of that study would be minimal. But if we're going beyond, then it's going to have to be a full-blown analysis.
Ms. Boddam, have you any suggestions about who in your mind should pay for the study?
As I said, not being the owner of the property, I feel the diocese should pay for the study. But I also agree with Mr. Roy as far as if it is just the cemetery to be designated, that I don't feel there needs to be a study.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I think I heard both the applicant and the owner suggest that preserving the historical sort of sanctity of the cemetery is not in question. So something short of a heritage designation, can we accomplish this same thing with some restriction on title that prevents current and any future owners from altering whatever is important? Obviously, the remains are most important, but if it's the what do you call it, the fence or the gate or whatever, Can we not describe that and register it on title and prohibit or prevent anybody down the road from altering and dispense with the need for more time and more study?
Director Pink.
Through you. Again, if we're speaking to the remains, I think the Cemeteries Act and what we've heard from the Bereavement Authority, I think that protection's already in place. So I question really the need. And actually, I think it was a previous Heritage Committee discussed at length the necessity to have every cemetery in the township on our heritage register and recommended to council that they be removed for that purpose. Council opted not to, I think, ultimately. However, if you're looking to designate other aspects of the property, our recommendation to you is there should be a qualified professional that goes in and actually confirms that it meets the criteria and lays out a designation statement as to why it meets the criteria and prepares an appropriate bylaw that can be registered on title. I think what we simply have is we have an applicant not willing to pay, an owner not willing to pay. So I think the question lies with committee, whether you feel the municipality should inherit those costs to do that work, or whether this matter move on with the protections under the Cemeteries Act.
Director Pink, just for clarification, when you say we would need a report to address other attributes, I think you're referring to the fence and the gate because the interments are protected. Is that correct?
Correct. Any other features, whether it's the church, the gates, the fence.
We would be in favor of the fence and the gate being included in any such restriction on title. But the cemetery,
Excuse me, you need recognition from the chair to speak.
That's all right. I inherently recognized him. Thank you for that. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I guess 2 points. First of all, I wouldn't be in favor of the township paying for any kind of a study. I mean, these are two parties coming forward. I think status quo. I guess my bigger question is the scope of this property being sort of in the heart of the township of Muskoka Lakes, in Muskoka, very valuable property. And I'm wondering of the scope of this particular property, how much lakefront there is. Just I'm sure I could find it here, but Ms. Crowder, I mean, this is in the heart of Port Sandfield.
Ms. Crowder, do you have that?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Zavitz, had that all pulled up on my other laptop. So if you give me a second, I can pull it up on this one.
Councillor Nishikawa, well,
I'm not clear why the value of the property matters when we're talking about a heritage designation.
fair enough.
Or what our role is in discussing the value.
Thank you.
Then I withdraw the question.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of curiosity, pulling up the information, what is the cost for one of these evaluations?
Would anybody have an estimate of what the cost would be? Director Pink?
It's very approximate. It's been a few years since we've done one, but I would estimate probably $2,000 to $4,000 likely.
Okay. Councillor Roberts. Gory. Edwards, thank you. Yeah, you guys shouldn't sit together.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Can anyone answer? I believe under the Cemeteries Act, if it's abandoned cemetery, we have to take it over.
Director Pink?
Through you, I'm not overly familiar with the Cemeteries Act, but I believe you may be correct if it's typical that the municipality would be left to maintain.
I've been looking into an abandoned cemetery on a farm. I was talking with Ken Becking before he left, and he said, if it's identified as a cemetery, we have to take it over. That was his comment at that time. And I'm still trying to pursue that. Thank you.
Ms. Crowder, the question on the frontage.
Yes, so just to, through you, Chair Bosenworth, just to get back to Councillor Zavitz, the frontage on the property is approximately 230 feet, and the size of the property is approximately 0.57 acres.
Thank you very much. Director Pink, if you got a suggestion on where we go on this.
Thank you. Through you. Again, I think likely it seems to be coming down to whether the committee is willing to incur some fairly nominal cost to pursue a designation of the property, or whether simply allow the applicant and the owner to leave it to themselves to approach the municipality in the coming months should they wish to pursue this further.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. In my opinion, we have an applicant and we have a property owner, neither of which is willing to underwrite the cost of the heritage study. The only reason that it's before us is because of a heritage application. Otherwise, it really doesn't have anything to do with us. So I am not in favor of spending the money. I think it's a matter between two parties, and until they're able to figure out how they can come back with a qualified opinion on, or a professional opinion on heritage matters, I don't see that we have anything else to do here.
Very well. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, because of what was just mentioned, should we be more considering deferring it rather than just denying it?
Well, the resolution is to defer it until we can get a report, but there isn't anybody willing to pay for the report. So that just kind of leaves us, you know, I guess we deny it and don't do anything. Or we could.
Right.
Yeah.
For eternity.
Councillor Edwards. I've known you for half a decade. I just get it. I'll call you. Yes.
I would say we just defer it and then let the applicant and the diocese have some meetings on it and see what they would like to, rather than just turning it right down.
Very well.
Thank you.
So I think we will revise the language and then we'll have to go through the process of as revised, right? It's just adding that it would be paid for by.
Well, we should technically we need to amend it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. We'll go through that amendment process.
Makes it.
So just
And that's being both parties.
No, but it's about, you know.
So what do I do here?
just typing something.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Are we deliberating deny or defer?
We are. The revised resolution will just be essentially what I read, but with a clause added and submitted by the proponents. In other
I
words,
wonder if we might do a straw poll on deny versus defer.
I thought I heard otherwise, but I'm happy to do that. If we deny it, then we just drop it, I think is what that means, right, clerk?
Yeah.
Straw polls on whether we want to revise it or just have a vote. Sorry, deferred or deny it, straw. Well, let me just read it and we can have the vote because. Right? What are we looking at? Oh, I see.
Sorry. You read that or is it too?
No, I can read it. All right, so this is, we're revising it slightly to, just to include the fact that the township would be submitted by the proponents being one or the other or both. And then we can defer it. Or sorry, we can deny it or defer it. So the resolution will be to defer. If we don't pass it, it'll drop. All right? Fair enough on that? So everybody, I want to be sure, everybody clear on that? All right. So do I have to read the revised one? Okay. So we have to go through the process. Here we go. Moved by Councillor Edwards. seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add the words submitted by the proponents. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? 3, that is passed.
Okay.
All right, so that part's passed.
To do the main motion as amended. You don't need to read that again, you just need to.
All right, so the main motion as amended, and if you'd like me to read the whole thing again, I will happy to do that, shall I? Okay. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that a decision on the heritage designation application 1333 Peninsula Road number 4-9-05 be deferred pending the submission of a satisfactory heritage evaluation report completed by a qualified professional and submitted by the proponent. So that's the, so
When you combine the two, that's.
they are combined. And any questions or discussions? So just to be clear, if we pass this, we're going to wait for a report. If we don't pass it, the subject's dropped. Fair enough? All those in favor? 2, 3, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So that carried. Which means that we will be asking proponents to submit a report.
And if they don't.
And if they don't, it does. Good. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Roy and Ms. Boddam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so where am I on my agenda here? All right, our next item, what's our time? Our next item is by Ms. Crowder. And it is item 7C, which is a concurrent zoning bylaw amendment and consent application for Bluffs Road 1227 Lake Ross. So it's bylaw B 5960/22 ML. Sorry, that was the zoning, and the bylaw is 15-24. Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. It's almost 10 o'clock. We were just wondering if we could have a quick break for 5 or 10 minutes, if it's okay with you to.
Yep, that'll be fine. So we'll come back at 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Before we go on with the next planning application, let's just finish off that business related to the cash in lieu. Cash in lieu of parking. And so I did not read the resolution, but we agreed that we would add some language requesting the district to put the signage in. And so it now reads, and this is my first reading, so we'll just can discuss and vote. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council that cash in lieu of parking application CP-01/24 be approved, and that a cash in lieu of parking agreement for 2 parking spaces and signage be entered into between the Township of Muskoka Lakes and 100010616 Ontario Limited, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documentations, and that the Township Council requests that the district municipality of Muskoka prohibit parking on Muskoka Road 169 in the vicinity of the subject property. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I don't want to put no parking on all of 169 or like off of both that. Like it was only the one side that there's the very, very narrow sidewalk. So it's the Lake Muskoka side, and I'm sorry, I just don't know if that's east side or.
It's the Lake Muskoka side. So is the language in the vicinity of the subject property?
You know what, I shouldn't guess now that I think about it, but I was a little bit, I don't want to be too restrictive, but also I have something to ask you after the vote, I guess is the.
After the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So any further questions or discussions? Councillor Roberts. And then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I thought I heard that the applicant would be posting signs.
Yes, that was included.
Was that
The
included?
cash in lieu of park for 2 parking spaces and signage. So that was worded, that was added.
That sign is implied.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Councillor
Thank you.
Zavitz.
Thank you through you. I just wonder if if that shouldn't be expanded on a little bit, just in terms of the next council or whenever this comes up again. What does that really mean about signage? I mean, it should be directional signage. And and secondarily with Councillor Nishikawa, I do think we should reference lakeside road parking because that is on the sidewalk. So that is important.
Director Pink's suggestion.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I did add reference to signage, but I kept it intentionally flexible so that staff can negotiate that agreement with the proponents. If committee wishes, we can be more specific, but I think we understand it's directional signage. We may be able to work with a neighboring property owner to direct there. We may be able to direct to the Pecuniary and Shield parking lot, or at a minimum, I think the direction was clear that we have signage that indicates no parking at Windsor. Overflow parking is not to be in the Windsor parking lot. But again, we will enter into those discussions with the proponent, and there is a requirement for signage. With respect to the prohibition on no parking, I think it would be helpful to be clear to the district exactly where we wish to prohibit it. The Lake Muskoka side, I think we could either refer to it as such. I think it would be the easterly side looking at a map. But again, I would look for direction from committee as to exactly where we were looking to prohibit parking. And the matter would still be ratified at council. So in a month's time, if there needed to be clarification, there would be an opportunity to amend the resolution in July.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. So to that point, then I would recommend the prohibition of parking on the lake side of the highway, if you will, from directly opposite the Pearl to, pick a business, but at least to Lakeside Bala, if you will. That defines a space because there's they have a liquor license now at the pizza joint right across the street from the Bala Bay Inn. So that's going to attract another 118 people. So, it's going to put pressure on that spot.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Just hearing about this liquor license, which is sort of another concern, but
yeah,
I would agree. So I would be more specific Windsor Park to Lakeside. Because that does capture that,
And so I take it you'd like to see that in the resolution?
if that's what David was suggesting.
Would you be happy to leave it to David with that direction from you and we leave the
Is
language as it
David
is?
happy with that?
Director Pink? Like we could be explicit here for you, Director Pink, or we could leave it in your capabilities.
I think as the direction is coming from council to district council, I think it would be preferred to have clear direction as to where you wish prohibited, and I can make those additions to the resolution.
Councillor Alan Edwards.
I can't remember us ever putting so many restrictions on a business. It's parking spots. If I'm driving my car and I see a parking spot, I'm gonna park in it. It's as simple as that. How can we ever regulate where they have to park? If there's a parking spot open, somebody's gonna park in it. And that, but I mean, we can put the signs up. I don't think we've ever asked that. If staff could explain that. I don't think we've ever asked for anything other than the actual fee.
Director Pink?
Thank you, through you. I don't think I could really disagree. I can't recall other restrictions being imposed. It's typically the fee we've taken. It's correct.
Councillor Zadis?
Thank you, through you. But converse to that, I think this perhaps is a time for us to be a little more bold. I think this is the first time in Bala's history, and I'm speaking very specifically of Bala, that we've had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 liquor licenses absolutely adjacent each other across both sides of the road. And, this has every opportunity to become Sauble Beach or Wasaga Beach. And so I do think we need to be realistic. I think Councillor Nishikawa and myself are saying that we know that area, and that place will be so plugged up with traffic. And of course, that's the ingress to Bala from Gravenhurst, Torrance, et cetera. So I know it seems a little restrictive, but that would certainly be, my point would be, I think it needs to be.
Councillor Nishikawa and then Director Pink.
Thank you. I think from what I'd heard through you to what David had mentioned, I agree. We never have asked anybody to put signage up to say, like, that's just more of a courtesy that business owner, we would just be asking that courtesy to put sign ups to say, go park here. More, if we didn't do this draft or the suggestion that no parking was to happen on that one side of the road. And again, I'm very concerned that we're asking, the public to push baby carts and wheelchairs and everything else into the middle of the road, into the middle of the highway, because let's not forget, it's still, so if we didn't have it, I would bring it back at the next general finance and ask if we could ask district to do this. So I just think it's prudent that we need to address the fact that it's a very narrow sidewalk in that area, and that we should take care of that east side of the highway.
And to be clear, so you're just reinforcing your support for having no parking on the
Right,
lakeside.
but more importantly, I would agree with David that maybe if it's a problem with asking for all of these other requirements from the business owner, because again, I'm not sure that it's his problem, because maybe people are parking there that aren't going to that business, but we have another problem. We have a parking problem in Bow.
I think, fair enough. Councillor Mazin?
Thank you. Through you. I was going to wait until after we pass the resolution regardless, but I think as a township, we have embarked on having signage for parking like we just have invested quite heavily in all this directional signage. Is there an opportunity for our economic development officer to actually look at that space and see if there's more signage from a township standpoint that would be appropriate? But I was going to wait until afterward,
All right.
in addition to whatever we're doing here.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
So to be clear, were you suggesting that we should not be asking the owner for the additional signage? So you were somewhat convinced by, Councillor Edwards' suggestion. All right, so we got two issues. I think, is it fair to say that this committee would support asking the district to have the no parking signs as from the park to the pizza place? And how do we feel about asking the owner to have signage suggesting they should park, that there is another parking spot in Bella? General sense around here, how many think that that's a good idea? Can you just give me a straw vote? That's 1, 2. So this is a straw vote on whether we should ask the owner of the business to put in a sign. We have traditionally not done that, it seems. And so there's some thought here that maybe we shouldn't be asking them. Councillor Mazin.
Sorry to belabor the point, but perhaps I could ask that question then of Director Pink. Is there an opportunity for the township to be actually doing more directional signage there? I almost wonder if we just need to separate the parking issue and some of these other things from this particular application. And I think what's been identified is that we have a broader parking issue in that particular space. So to Councillor Nishikawa's point, maybe it just needs to be handled separately at the next general finance to say we need to have a strategy. So I'd perhaps look to Director Pink to help guide us on, is there a township-led initiative that?
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through the community improvement plan, the public improvement portion, there has been enhanced signage, directional signage in both communities. And I don't think this is an issue of visitors not being able to find municipal parking lots. I don't know if we need to revisit that necessarily at this point. Just to provide some further background, I'm not generally opposed to some directional signage that the owner would put up. I think why staff included it in the report is the neighboring property has extensive amount of parking and was to a large extent acting as the agent for this applicant and was seemed very amenable to providing parking on their own site. Zoning would prohibit it because it requires it to be in the same ownership. So staff is comfortable having some flexible language that signage be pursued in the agreement. And it would simply be, if someone pulls into the subject property's parking lot and it's full, there may be a sign that says, parking on the neighboring property is permitted. I don't think that's overly onerous on the applicant, provided, of course, the neighboring owner agrees to that. And I might, maybe with that, we could put signage if necessary or if appropriate, just in case those negotiations fall apart. I could certainly add I have the 2 addresses and the easterly direction. I can add that to the resolution with respect to a prohibition on parking on Muskoka Road 169, if that is the consensus of committee.
Committee? I think that sounded like a good resolution. We'll have to change the wording slightly, so we'll take a couple of minutes to do that. Everybody generally on that? Berry? Councillor Berry?
Thank you. Through you, I was going to save this, but this is a complete and utter waste of time. We've got 10-minute parking signs in front of the post office and people go into Beveragino for 2 hours for lunch. Putting up signs is a waste of time. Let's let them, figure out what we need to do within the Planning Act, but people are going to park where people are going to park.
Councillor Nishikawa. No, we're going to take 2 minutes to rewrite it and then and add signage if necessary and put specific direction on the south side of the east side.
Yeah.
All right, we can do that. How about, so I think that's what we're going to do. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Burry. We're going to modify the signage to include signage as appropriate, which gives him some flexibility in discussion because it seems like there's some positive possible outcomes in here. And then we will also put specific directions on the side of the street that we want and the area that we want the no parking signs. All right, so let's go on to the next one. Thank you everyone for that. Oh, sorry, you want to give it to David? Sorry, wrong one. So, Ms. Crowder, I think we now have Bluff Road, B 5960 22 ML and ZB 1524.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B 596022ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1524 in the name of Bluff Road Point Corporation. The subject lands are known municipally as 1227 Lake Brasso Shore. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketches on pages 46 to 49 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of consent application B 5922ML is to sever and add land to an abutting lot to the south. This application will not change the existing frontage of the benefiting lot, being 658 feet, but will increase the size of the benefiting lot from 2.39 acres to 5.71 acres. The purpose and effect of consent application B 6022ML is to create one new waterfront residential lot, being 4 acres in size with 370.6 feet of frontage. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1524 is to rezone severed lot 1 to WR5 to match the land it is being added to provide exemptions from the maximum number of habitable buildings on a lot in order to permit 2 sleeping cabins on severed lot 2, and to recognize the cumulative width of existing shoreline structures on the retained lot. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 6 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, and Cassie Ems, planner at the District Municipality of Muskoka, both stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, manager of operational services at the township, stating that it is unclear if the access to the retained lot and severed lot number 2 is from the private road 1038 Bluff Road. If access is to be via a private road, a right-of-way should be registered to all lots that use this access, and operational services should be consulted for civic addressing changes. If addressing changes are required, these shall be completed at no cost to the municipality. Further, it is unclear if the septic bed shown to the north of severed lot 2 is associated with dwelling number 1 and dwelling number 2 on severed lot 2. It should be noted as a condition of approval that all servicing, including the septic bed for severed lot 2, must be wholly within the new lot. Following the circulation of comments to committee, 2 letters of objection and 1 letter of support were received. A letter of support was received from Peter Charles Baldwin Lash, previous owner of the subject property since 1895 and current tenant. This letter expresses their support for the proposal and comfort that the property will not be commercially developed, but rather cared for by the DeCapo and Shiner families. The 2 letters of objection received are from Lynn A. Wilcombe and Michael D. Wilcombe, property owners at 1038 Bluff Road, unit number 12, and Thaddeus James Albert Alfiera, property owner at 1038 Bluff Road, unit number 18. These letters request that I read them into the record, read them in full into the record of this meeting. Given the similarities of these letters, I will read one in full right now, and if committee would like me to read the second, I'll be happy to do so. Okay. So this is addressed to Planning Committee. The undersigned Lynn Alice Wilcombe is the registered owner of 121038 Bluff Road, referred to as the Wyvern property. The Wyvern property includes approximately 730 front feet and is the second adjacent property to the north of the retained lot in application B 6022ML, the former Lash property, pursuant to which ZBA 1524 has been submitted to ostensibly recognize certain existing shoreline structures. The immediately adjacent property to the north of the former Lash property, between the Wyvern property and the former Lash property, is owned by Jennifer Wilcombe and Thaddeus Alfiera. In ZBA 1524, Bluff Road Point Corporation, the applicant, seeks exemptions according to the notice of public meeting dated May 24th, 2024. The notice from sections 4.1.7 and 41712A of ZBL 2014-14, which provides for a maximum cumulative dock width on the former Lash property of 75 feet, to permit a maximum dock width on the former Lash property of 272.5 feet, relief of 197.5 feet. And section 417 and 41712C of ZBL 2014-14, which provides for a maximum cumulative single-story boathouse width on the former Lash property of 75 feet, to permit a maximum cumulative single-story boathouse width on the former Lash property of 157 feet, a relief of 82 feet. The undersigned have been owners of the Wyvern property for more than 10 years. Despite this, the undersigned did not receive a copy of the notice from the applicant as the recent new owner of the former Lash property or anyone else until the notice was forwarded to the undersigned by Jennifer Wilcombe and Thaddeus Offiera for the first time on June 9th, 2024. There has been no attempt by the applicant as the recent new owner of the former Lash property at any time to communicate with the undersigned regarding the relief being sought in ZBA 1524 related to the former Lash property. Having first received the notice 2 days ago on June 9th, 2024, the undersigned has not had a reasonable opportunity to retain and instruct counsel, which we intend to do, planning consultants, nor to properly investigate and engage with township staff regarding the adequacy of the work and studies completed by or the recommendations of staff to the planning committee regarding the requested relief. Accordingly, the undersigned hereby request that the planning committee defer further consideration of matters involving the relief being sought in ZBA 1524 related to the former Lash property, pending proper notice of these matters to all affected landowners in the vicinity of the former Lash property, an appropriate period of consultation by the applicant with such affected landowners, and an appropriate period to allow engagement by affected landowners with township staff and the planning committee. As adjacent landowners, the undersigned are very familiar with the existing dock and boathouse structures on the former Lash property. Such dock and boathouse structures are over 100 years old, are at times during the year partially underwater and unusable, and are in a high state of disrepair and dilapidation. These structures exist in an area well known locally as a sensitive fish habitat, deer wintering habitat, and a place inhabited by other species at risk. Based on these historical and at time underwater relics, the applicant seeks a blank check to build a dock structure that is more than 3.6 times the maximum cumulative dock width permitted by ZBL 2014-14, and a boathouse that is more than 2 times the maximum cumulative single-story boathouse width permitted through the bylaw. To the extent that the planning committee is not prepared to grant the requested deferral of this matter, the undersigned hereby formally object to the relief sought by the applicant in respect to the former Lash property. In addition to the reasons outlined above, the undersigned respectfully submit that the relief requested by the applicant should not be granted due to a negative environmental impact of such relief, including on endangered species, an issue that the planning committee should be well aware of given controversy regarding the former Lash property and endangered species over recent years, and the protection of our cherished Muskoka dark skies and shore landscapes. The need for appropriate studies to be completed and peer reviewed prior to any approvals from the planning committee, including regarding the impact of the proposals on fish habitat, deer wintering habitat, and other species at risk and their habitat. The relief sought by the applicant in respect of the former Lash property, specifically to permit more than 3.6 times the maximum cumulative dock width permitted in ZBL 2014-14, and a boathouse that is more than 2 times the maximum cumulative single-story boathouse width permitted in ZBL 2014-14, will materially negatively impact the adjacent property owners and the character of the surrounding waterfront areas. The relief sought is a material step towards permitting the replacement of 100-year-old structures that are at times uninhabitable with a blank check to build new structures that far exceed the maximum widths permitted by ZBL 2014-14. This is inappropriate and contrary to the relevant planning objectives, including of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. The assertion in the staff report to the effect that the retained lot could be subdivided into 7 lots based strictly on a numerical sense is a false and misleading and fails to take into account numerous other relevant criteria that would prevent such a subdivision, which will be strenuously resisted by affected landowners. The planning committee should deal with the plan of the applicant with respect to the former Lash property in totality and in a holistic fashion, not piecemeal. The relief sought is premature and should not be considered or granted until the applicant submits all necessary studies and a detailed plan regarding the structures it proposes to build on the former Lash property. And at a minimum, the applicant should be required to submit detailed plans and peer-reviewed studies prior to the planning committee considering the relief requested under ZBA 1524 or granting such relief. Due to the unfortunate failure of the applicant to provide timely notice of its intentions or the meeting, the undersigned is unable to attend the meeting at the planning committee on June 13th, 2024. Nevertheless, the undersigned respectfully requests that township staff or the planning committee kindly read this letter into the record of the planning committee as if the undersigned were present at the meeting and formally register the objections set forth herein. The undersigned hereby also requests to please be notified of any decision of the planning committee or of council of the Township of Muskoka Lakes in respect to the proposed consent or zoning bylaw amendment. To the extent that township staff or any member of the planning committee has any questions regarding the foregoing, please contact the undersigned. They've provided their phone number. We appreciate your consideration of the matters set forth above. Thank you, Lynn A. Wilcombe and Michael D. Wilcombe. The second letter that I referenced is largely the same. There's some changes of words. I can read that out in full at committee, but I'd be looking for your direction to do so.
Committee, I suggest we just take Ms. Walker's recommendation. I'm sure she's read it and I'm sure she's precise. So thank you. We don't think we need that.
Okay, so I'm just going to continue with my presentation. Okay.
Does she even work?
Okay. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 25 and 26 of the agenda package. Two of these exemptions are to recognize docks and boathouses which exceed the maximum permitted cumulative width on the retained lot. As shown in this image, the retained lot has a number of existing shoreline structures. When a consent results in a reduction in frontage, shoreline structures that are legal non-complying must be recognized. The other two exemptions seek to permit one dwelling and two sleeping cabins on severed lot 2. Staff would note that this portion of the subject property currently contains 3 habitable buildings, being 2 dwellings and 1 sleeping cabin. It is staff's opinion that the proposal for 1 dwelling and 2 sleeping cabins is an improvement over the existing situation. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that consent application B5922ML Bluff Road Point Corporation be approved, subject to standard conditions of consent, and that severed lot 1 be rezoned to WR5. Staff recommend that consent application B6022ML Bluff Road Point Corporation be approved, subject to standard conditions of consent, that the existing dwellings, dock, and boathouse on severed lot 2 be removed, that severed lot 2 be made subject to site plan control for future development, and that the lands be rezoned to permit exemptions from maximum cumulative dock and single-story boathouse width requirements for the retained lot. Staff have further recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1524 Bluff Road Point Corporation be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. I believe the applicant's agent is Mr. Zerback. And do we have him in the waiting room? Oh, we have him in the room. Very well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I
think you know the routine.
Members of committee staff. Yes, Stefan Scherback with Plantscape, 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. It's too bad we don't have that slide up with the little fawn that's in the background there, because then I guess I can't argue that it's not deer wintering habitat. But anyway, I'm here today representing the Bluff Road Point Corporation that are jointly owned by Mr. Shiner and Mr. DeCapo. Mr. Shiner is in the waiting room. If there's any questions that I cannot answer, if you could bring them in, that would be appreciated, but he is paying attention. As mentioned by Ms. Crowder, the property is at 1227 Lake Rosso Shore, locally known as Lash Point. Very unique property as it contains many existing legal dwellings, cabins, boathouses, and docks. Mr. Shiner owns 2 properties at the south end of the subject lands. He partnered with Mr. DeCapo to jointly purchase the property, and they both have future plans to develop or redevelop the resultant parcels once the severance application hopefully has proceeded. The details of their development plans has not commenced as of yet until the properties are properly transferred into the family members. Any of the natural features and constraints that are noted in the staff report and also noted in the letters of objection will wholeheartedly be reviewed when the redevelopment applications come forward. Both clients are fully aware that any development has to come back to council committee for development simply because of the number of structures on the property. There's no new development proposed through these applications. Again, it's just simply dealing with the lot ownership issues and their agreements in purchasing the property. As outlined in the very thorough staff report, the project involves 2 severances and a concurrent zoning. The first severance, obviously, very simple lot addition application, adding to one of Mr. Shiner's parcels. The second severance, again, is a standalone waterfront lot that contains 2 of the residential uses. This obviously will create a non-complying, non-conforming situation. And in order to address this, the owner has agreed to demolish all of the structures and remove one of the existing 2 dwellings and replace it with an additional sleeping cabin. So 1 dwelling, 2 sleeping cabins is the request through the concurrent zoning application. One of the sleeping cabins is proposed to be on the water, 2-story boathouse. The other one is going to be on land, but there is substantial shoreline vegetation. If you've ever been in and around that property, it's very difficult to see these structures. The owners are wanting to keep that, so with that second sleeping cabin will be out of view when boating through the property. And again, very large properties. The zoning application for the retained lot is actually, again, to recognize the cumulative width of existing shoreline structures. It's not creating a massive structure, as noted in the letter of objection, that doubles, triples the size of what is permitted. Again, it's just a snapshot of what exists today. Any changes to those structures, again, need to come back in front of this committee council, and they will be addressed appropriately, consolidated, whatever the applicant has planned, obviously has to come in front of this committee, and also sent to the neighbors for review and comment as well. As this application again is severing off 2 of the existing 7 dwellings that are on the property. The 5 dwellings and 2 sleeping cabins again are supported by the retained lot because of the sheer amount of lot size and frontage. On paper, it looks like it can sever, several lots, but we know that may not be realistic. But regardless of the 5 dwellings and 2 sleeping cabins, again, the lot can clearly accommodate that. And the current policy of the official plan and zoning bylaws also recognize these unique situations when you're separating uses. It's my opinion that the proposal aligns with the relevant planning documents. It conforms to the vision, goals, and objectives of both the district and township official plan. And in conclusion, I just want to thank staff for their help. We've worked with several planners. Sam Sawyer was also actively involved in transferring the file over to Ms. Crowder. There's been lots of information back and forth. So they've been really working with, my clients have been really working with staff to ensure that we get a proposal that's supported by staff and more importantly, conforms to your planning documents. Should the committee agree with the applications, we're fully supportive of the recommendations and the conditions that are included, and we would respectfully request support. I'm here for questions, so is Mr. Shiner, but if I could just have a minute or 2 just to respond to the letters of objection. They're just new to us, so I'll be very brief.
Be brief because you are at your 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Be
thank
brief.
you. So with respect to the letters of objection, the notice, it's not the applicant's onus to send out notice, but I can assure you that Mr. DiCapo is going to talk to the neighbors when he intends to redevelop the property. Mr. Shiner did reach out to them when they initially purchased the property. There is some communication that's going to happen because, again, they want to be good neighbors. And then secondly, with the respect to the comment of the cumulative dock structures, again, there's no proposed development here. It's just recognizing what's in place today. What you see today is what's being intended in the site-specific amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? Nobody? And do we have anybody wishing to speak against this application? We don't. Very well. So thank you very much. We'll go into questions from committee for this application. Thank you. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think because there was some confusion in the letter of objection, I just want clarity, because when reading the report, I can appreciate the size of the structure on the water. It would almost seem like you're getting a very, very large structure. Can you just confirm on severed lot 2, what is this, what kind of permissions are being allowed?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, just to confirm, you're asking about severed lot 2, right? Not retained?
Yes, severed
Okay.
lot 2.
Councillor Mazan, so severed lot 2, the existing dock that's there in the boathouse, there's a photo in the report shows they're kind of underwater, but they're proposed to be removed. And what would be permitted as of right is compliant development. So you'd be permitted a compliant dock width of 75 feet, I think this lot can support, and the boathouse width, I've got the exact value in the report, but it would have to be meeting our permissions, which is 16% of the frontage for the first story and 13% of the frontage for the second story of the boathouse would be permitted as of right.
Thank you. Could I have a few questions? Okay.
Supplementary, absolutely.
Thank you. So in the report, when I think Mr. Sherbuck was trying to suggest that it is looking at the whole current amount that is on the entire, I'm going to call it the Lash property today. And that with the severance, they will be limited on that particular property to what we would allow. I just want that confirmation.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. Yes, so the values circulated represent the existing shoreline structures on the basis of the frontage of the retained lot. And the retained lot has quite extensive frontage, and they have quite a number of docks and boathouses that exist there. Across that extensive frontage. So those values reflect the existing structures that will all be on the retained lot. So the severed lot 2, the lot being created, there will be no existing structures remaining on that severed lot 2, just compliant future shoreline development will be permitted.
Thank you. And
Go ahead.
I have another question. I just one of the questions that has come up is about notice. And I think it's important for us to understand what the process is for notice. This is a particularly large, I can't even remember the exact boundaries actually, or the distance. This is such a large property. I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Ms. Crowder, can you talk to that?
Absolutely. Through you, Chair. We have confirmed that the 2 letters that we received of objection were circulated notice of this application in accordance with the Planning Act. The notice must be sent at least 20 days in advance of this meeting, and the notice is circulated to, I think the requirement is actually 400 feet, but I think we as a township have elected to circulate 800 feet. So from the perimeter of the property that an application is subject to, 800 feet, an 800-foot radius from there is circulated notice. And we have confirmed that these 2 letters of objection were included in that circulation process.
Councillor Mazin,
I
further?
might have another one, but I'd like to hear from anybody else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions for Ms. Crowder, the applicant? Seeing none, let me read the resolution so that we can discuss this. This is it. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B 5922 ML be approved subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory registerable description of the severed lots together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation, excuse me, be received that the township is satisfied that the resultant lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That a legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor, which confirms that the severed lot will merge in title with the benefiting lot upon registration of the transfer/deeds, which may include a cancellation of the consent if necessary. That subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act applies to any subsequent conveyance and that the severed lot be rezoned to waterfront residential 5. Committee, any discussions, any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you. Should be. And we got some more coming here. That was the consent. We have 2. So this is the second consent. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to the Township Council the consent application B 6022 ML be approved subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory registrable deed description or /deed of the severed lots together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plans. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the resultant lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That the owners enter into a satisfactory consent agreement with the township pursuant to section 5126 of the Planning Act. Said agreement shall be registered against the title of the lands and contain provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees to use soils that have a demonstrated ability to effectively retain phosphorus or equivalent septic abatement technologies, which may include the use of soils with the appropriate element composition to bind phosphorus or pre/post treatment. Phosphorus controls over the long term for a private on-site sewage disposal system on severed lot 2 and the retained lot. That the existing dwellings and dock and boathouse in severed lot 2 be removed, that severed lot 2 be made subject to the site plan control for future development, and that the lands be rezoned to permit exemptions from existing cumulative dock and single-story boathouse width requirements for the retained lot. So are there any questions there? Any questions? I have just a clarification. Ms. Crowder, when, and I think it probably should be on the next, one on the zoning bylaw. Anyway, so I will not ask the question here. So any discussion on that? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. That's the end of the consents. Here's the zoning bylaw. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 15/24 be approved. Any questions from committee or comments? Ms. Crowder, I guess my question is, this has an allowance for a very, very cumulative wide dock. But I don't think it would mean that they could build one dock that wide. Am I correct on that?
Through you, Chair, you are correct. The shoreline structures are essentially locked in place where they are, to demo those and construct one dock of that width would certainly have to come before committee.
Thank you very much. Any other further questions or discussions? I call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? That also carries. Thank you. Our next item is B 1724 ML and ZBA 1724. This is Appleton, and I believe that again is Ms. Crowder. Thank you. Yes, here's a star today.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent applications B 1724 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1724 in the name of Appleton. The subject lands do not have a municipally assigned address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketch on page 86 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of consent application B 1724 ML and ZBA 1724 is to create one new rural residential lot and to gain exemptions necessary to finalize the proposed consent severance. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 3 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating no objection to the application and stating that a sewage site review will be completed at a later date. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, manager of operational services, recommending that severance approval should be subject to confirmation from the township's operational services department of the availability of an entrance permit for the retained lot and severed lot B. Comments were also received from Cassie Ems, planner at the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff are not opposed to the applications, provided the following be included as conditions of consent. That a 3-meter, 10-foot road widening across the frontage of the benefiting lands be dedicated to the District Municipality of Muskoka for road widening purposes, and the lands be subject to an agreement with the District Municipality of Muskoka pursuant to Section 5126 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, as amended, respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. Staff have prepared a resolution which reflects these added conditions. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 76 and 77 of the agenda package. The first exemption seeks to permit the creation of more than one lot from an original parcel of land as of October 13th, 1992. The newly approved official plan removes this policy restriction in favor of greater lot frontage and area requirements. Given that the zoning bylaw has not yet been updated to reflect the official plan, relief from this section is required. The second exemption seeks to recognize the frontage of severed lot B as the contiguous measurement along Barlocken Road and Broadley Road as shown on this slide. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that consent application B 1724 ML Appleton be approved subject to standard conditions of consent, including the recommended conditions from district staff, and that the subject property be rezoned to permit exemptions from the maximum number of lots permitted to be created by consent in the rural area 3 RU2 zone, and to define the front lot line of severed lot B. Staff have further recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1724 Appleton be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand the owners are here. I was wondering if they would like to speak. But you're willing to answer questions, correct? Very well. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in favor or against? No, very well. Committee, do we have any questions for Ms. Crowder or the owners on this application? Seeing none, let me prepare you for a fairly lengthy resolution here. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council the consent application B-1724 be approved, subject to the following conditions: that a satisfactory registrable deed description of severed lot B, together with any required rights of way or easements, be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained lot and severed lot B are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. The cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created vacant lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. That the availability of an entrance permit for the retained lots and severed lot B be confirmed by the Public Works and Engineering Department of the District Municipality of Muskoka and or Operational Services Department of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. That a 3-meter or bracket 10-foot road widening across the frontage of the benefiting lands be dedicated to the District Municipality of Muskoka for road widening purposes. That the lands be subject to an agreement with the District Municipality of Muskoka pursuant to Section 51 bracket 26 of the Planning Act, as amended, respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. And finally, that the subject property be rezoned to permit exemptions from the minimum number of lots permitted to be created by consent in a rural area 3 zone, and to define the front lot line of severed lot B. Any questions? Any comments? Call the vote. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried. Thank you. That was the severance. Here's a zoning bylaw moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1724 be approved. Any questions? Any comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Ms. Crowder, I believe you have the next one as well. This is ZBA 1624 Christie, One Island, M25A Island, Duck Island, all yours.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1624 in the name of Christie. The subject lands are known municipally as One Island M25A, more commonly referred to as Duck Island. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 117 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1624 is to rezone the subject property from open space private island OS4 to waterfront residential water access WR3, and to allow zoning exemptions to permit the construction of a single-story boathouse and dock. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 9 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's chief building official, stating that no additional plumbing facilities are permitted in the boathouse or existing structures. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the township's manager of operational services, and Cassie Ems, planner for the district of Muskoka, both stating no objection to the application. 8 letters of objection were received for this application. 4 of these letters were received prior to the circulation of comments to committee. These letters were from Susan Ferrier Baker, Rosemary Leith Berners Lee, Jane Ferrier, and Bruce Blackadar on behalf of Russell Blackadar, Thomas Blackadar, Marth Hildreth, Marcia Johnson, and Susan Van Hise. These individuals are all property owners on Silver Island. These letters were provided to all council members in advance of this meeting, but to summarize, the main concerns expressed in these letters include the undersized nature of the island and the potential impacts that built have over the environment, the similarity of the application submitted to that in 2014, which was in part denied by council and in part approved, increased intensity of use associated with a potential bed and breakfast, potential impacts of the proposed dock and boathouse on wildlife habitat and fish habitat, the legitimacy of continuous use on the island, and the narrowness between Duck Island and Silver Island. Following the circulation of comments to committee, an additional 4 letters of objection were received. These letters are from Dr. James Leith Obzumer, Trish Victoria Nixon, Jacqueline Nixon Gowdy, and Tim Nixon, Bruce Blackadar, Martha Hildreth, Russell Blackadar, Susan Van Hise, Thomas Blackadar, and Marcia Johnson, all of whom are property owners on Silver Island. These letters cite the same concerns as previously summarized, in addition to the concern that an environmental impact study is required but is not being completed. I can read any of these submissions in full at the request of committee. Following the circulation of comments to committee, 3 letters of support were also received for the application. These letters are from John and Elizabeth Patton, property owners on Stonewall Island, Douglas Konziolka, property owner on Browning Island, and Chris and Carolyn Horna, property owners on Lake Muskoka. To summarize, these letters express support for the proposal, stating that the proposed dock and boathouse are tucked close into shore and will not be visually imposing, that the existing southerly dock is exposed to rough waters that make docking difficult, and that the owners have restored the existing development responsibly. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 99 to 100 of the agenda package. The exemptions circulated are based upon WR3 permissions and include exemptions to permit the construction of a dock and boathouse on an undersized lot, to permit the total lot coverage of 11% where 10% would be permitted, and to permit a cumulative dock width of 75.1 feet where 67.9 feet would be the maximum permitted. I'd like to take this time to address some of the concerns raised by neighbors who submitted letters of objection to help committee and members of the public better understand why staff have put forward the recommendation we have. One of the concerns raised by neighbors was the fact that a previous application similar to the application before committee today, which was submitted in 2014. Township Council at that time defeated the request to rezone the property, denied the request for additional lot coverage, and ultimately approved the southerly dock that exists today on the property. I would note that the staff report at that time recommended that the application be approved in its entirety, stating a preference that the dryland boathouse be removed or reduced in size. A common question that has been asked is what has changed since the previous application and the application today. Staff would note that the new application is being reviewed against a different zoning bylaw than the previous application. It's being reviewed against a new official plan than the previous application. 10 years have passed since the previous application, and the application itself is different in the sense that the dock configuration proposed to the north has changed, as it was originally proposed to extend further into the lake from the shore. Another concern raised by neighbors is the question surrounding a continuous residential use on the property. This issue was raised in 2014 during discussions surrounding the previous zoning bylaw amendment application. Several neighbors have questioned whether the residential use has continued between 1980 up until a few years ago. However, the previous owner of the property provided an affidavit to the township swearing that the residential use of the property continued during this time. Additionally, building permits were issued in 2011 for the interior renovation of the existing dwelling and dryland boathouse. Staff took the position during the 2014 ZBA that the use had indeed continued. Given these considerations, staff are of the position that the residential use is indeed legal nonconforming. A concern regarding the undersized nature of the lot was also raised, stating concerns that development will negatively impact wildlife habitat and fish habitat. Several letters stated that an environmental impact study is required if development is proposed on an undersized island. I would note that these letters reference policy numbers of the previous township official plan. The particular policy these letters reference was carried forward into the new official plan and is found in section E4.6B. However, section D1.4 of the official plan allows the township to scope or waive the requirement for an environmental impact study based on the type and sensitivity of identified natural heritage features and if the development and site alteration proposed are minor. The inland development on the property already exists and is not proposed to change through this application. All proposed development is above water where no tree removal or site alteration is anticipated. Available mapping indicates that the fish habitat surrounding the entirety of the island is type 2 general habitat, as opposed to type 1 habitat, which is classified as being more sensitive habitat. Based on these factors, staff have felt comfortable waiving the EIS. However, committee can require this assessment if you wish to do so. Staff have also recommended that a site plan agreement be entered into, in part for a tree retention plan, which will map every tree greater than 10 centimeters diameter at breast height. This agreement will be registered on title. The intent of this is to ensure that the environment continues to dominate overbuilt form now and in the future if the ownership were to change hands of the property. We also note that several of the letters submitted cited that the new official plan requires an increased area for islands, being 2.5 acres. This section of the official plan that's being referenced in these letters refers to new waterfront access lot creation. The policy in the previous official plan, which speaks to undersized islands, cited a value of 1.97 acres. That same value has been carried forward in the new official plan. This island is an undersized island. It doesn't meet that 1.97 acres, but that would be the section of the official plan that this particular property would be compared against. The last concern I wanted to touch on up front is the concern of the narrowness between Duck Island and Silver Island. Using available measurement tools, staff have measured the distance between Duck Island and Silver Island as 543.5 feet at the closest point. Staff would note that the boathouse is not proposed to be located at this point, but further to the west at a greater distance. Per the township's official plan, a narrow water body is defined as a minimum distance from shoreline to shoreline of generally less than 492 feet for at least 328 feet along both shorelines. The passageway between Duck and Silver Islands, therefore, is not considered to be narrow. Staff would further note that the proposed dock and boathouse are to extend 40 feet from the high water mark at the furthest point, which is considerably less than that which would be permitted as of right for a WR3 lot. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that exemption C to permit an increase in cumulative dock width be denied, and that exemptions A and B to permit a dock and boathouse on an undersized island and an increase in lot coverage, together with rezoning the lands to waterfront residential WR3 be approved, subject to the following. That the draft bylaw be amended to prohibit any plumbing fixtures within the proposed boathouse, to restrict the height of the proposed boathouse to the height which is proposed, being 13.2 feet, and to prohibit future dock length additions, and that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control, which will require that a satisfactory site plan agreement be entered into and registered on title, along with securities if necessary, to implement a satisfactory tree retention plan prepared by a qualified professional for retention of vegetation, among other matters. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an excellent report, Ms. Crowder. The applicant's agent. Good morning.
My name is Debbie. Well, that's an extra step, isn't it? All right, good morning again, everyone. My name is Debbie Vandenacker. I'm a senior planner with Planscape in Bracebridge, 104 Kimberley Avenue, P1L 1Z8. I'm the acting agent for Dr. Neil Christie and his wife Susan on this application. Could I get the next slide, please? So a little bit of context, the Christies have owned Duck Island since 2011 and have fully restored the structures in 2014. The structures are from early 1900s, so they've done some significant improvements. Dr. Christie has been cottaging on the island since he was about 6. So Susan is here today. Dr. Christie is at work, but he is available if we need him. I think he's trying to watch online. Next slide, please. Thank you. Emily did an excellent job. Thank you very much of the report. It's very thorough, and the site visit was actually very helpful for us as well. So one of the things that I want to point out is about that residential use. And because there's always been residential use on with the cottage on the island, it was captured in the OS4 zoning in 1987. And this is actually in the original 2014 report. So it's an undersized island that looked to be uninhabited. So that issue has been, dealt with and taken off the table. Next slide, please. So the coverage issue of 11%, I just put some numbers up here. On a typical island, if it was the appropriate size of a standard island, it would be about 431 square feet. So really, this is 181 square feet for the coverage addition. I just know in reading those concerns with those letters, it seems like we're talking about a great big addition to this island, and we're not. The existing residential development that is there is staying. The boathouse is modest, so I put some numbers up there for you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a bit to complicate a complicated application a little bit more. So one of the things we missed this, we went off our site plan with a survey, and the survey noted a 2nd-story deck on the existing dryland boathouse. It did not note that platform that lets the Christies get in. So appropriately, Emily, when she went out and did the site visit, took a picture of it, said this should have been included. Absolutely agreed. So what we have done, it's 4.6 meters, that sort of landing area on the dryland boathouse. We've removed it from the docking area on the north that we're requesting with the boathouse so that the notice is completely conforms. It's exactly what that was submitted to the public. So we haven't changed that. We have reduced it to ensure that it conforms. Next slide, please. So essentially what we're asking for is 7.1 feet of dock coverage. So I know it's been recommended by staff that not be approved. We hope you will reconsider that recommendation. 7.1 feet simply allows them to have a safe exit area on the dock on that side. So it's not large, it's not for sunning, it's not for other purposes other than to get out of that boathouse and when boats dock along the edges. Otherwise, it's very narrow. Like the one side would have to be 3 feet. It's simply not safe. So 7.1 feet in the scheme of things is fairly minimal. The other thing I wanted to point out, my bottom arrow here shows how the shoreline coverage is calculated on the 12-meter south dock. It is actually noted as 29.1 feet because of how the bylaw says you have to measure that. In 2014, when that was approved, it was actually only measured as 12 feet. So unbeknownst to the Christies, they didn't know that establishing that in basically just using the topography of the island, that it was accounting for 30 feet. So if you rework the math in terms of impact of what is on the shoreline, they're actually under what they can do by about 8 feet. So this is very minimal what they're asking for. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about the neighbors' objections a little bit. The uninhabited, not suitable for residential use. I think we can all agree that was established. I mean, staff have established it with building permits, and it was determined that residential use has been continued. So It's unfortunate there seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding that issue is still on the table, but it has been dealt with. The environmental concerns, staff are very thorough, and an EIS was not determined to be necessary. With the Category 2 fish habitat, they know that it is less sensitive area, and there is no tree removal and there is no site alteration actually on the island, which is why the EIS was not required. The view and the character of Muskokas, I think we can probably agree, everybody knows the size and scale and scope of most things on like Muskoka are fairly large. This is very modest. There was a concern about the increase of residential use with a B&B use. So the OS4 zone was basically a park zone, assuming that nobody was inhabiting there. I think we can probably recognize that that was captured incorrectly when it was done. This will more appropriately reflect that. All of the other islands around also have a B&B use. It's always permitted with residential use. So
You have come up to your 5 minutes, but I'll let you have another.
thank you. I really appreciate that. And so the Christies have now been using the rebate-built cottage for many years, and they feel that their ability to enjoy their property in the same way as their neighbors is compromised by not being able to have this boathouse. It's deeper water on the north side. I think Emily probably recognized you guys had a little bit of trouble docking when you went out to the site visit. On the south side, it's rougher waters, it's shallower waters, and so they just want to be able to use their boat and park it at their cottage. Next slide, please. I will go quickly.
Yes, we need to wrap this up, please.
Absolutely. So this was the original 2014. You can see the orange at the top. I have basically removed that large docking section, which was a large concern. So this application is less than what was applied for in 2014. Next slide. This is the context of the islands. All of those surrounding islands, including Silver Island, they all have the same permitted uses that we're asking for, and several of them are undersized. Next slide. This is Dunbarton, same size as the island, exactly the same. I shouldn't say exactly. Excuse me, very similar development than what is being requested. Next slide. Similar on Innisfillen Island, small boathouse dock, cottage. Next slide. It's okay. So the only other thing I would say is that the dark sky lighting and the tree retention plan, there is an existing site plan in place that requires both of those things. Next slide.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Yes.
I mean, wrap
Thank
it
you.
up.
This is the existing site plan. You can't remove trees on the island and you can't
Okay,
have
thank you.
anything other than
Yep.
light.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have any buddy who would speak in favor of this application? Nobody's online? Are you the owner? We're looking for people other than the owner. So you have had your representation and you can speak, but as the owner, you're allowed to speak. But if you've got more to add than what your planner's already added, then you can have some time. I'll take that as a no. Yeah, if you want. Yep. Okay. Yes. We need your name, address, and you've got up to 5 minutes. No, your address, whatever address.
Susan Christie, 19 Windsor Road, Pittsburgh, PA. Thank you for allowing me to address the council. I just have a couple of quick things to say. We restored the island to its original. There were 2 existing buildings on the island and we restored them. And now we've been living there in the summers for approximately 6 years. And we do find the north side of the island where the existing dock is extremely rough because it's in open water. And so it's difficult to dock. So we're just requesting a 1-slip boathouse on the south side where it's calm so we can protect our boat and safely, get in on and off the island. So sorry, I'm nervous. That's my voice. And other than that, I think if we were to build a boathouse that only had 3 feet on either side, I don't think it would be very safe for elderly people, our parents to get on and off to dock onto the boathouse. So I think it would be reasonable to have 7 feet on one side so that we could swim and safely dock onto the boathouse. But that's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Do we have are there anybody wishing to speak in favor of this? No? And do we have anybody in the waiting room wishing to speak against this? All right, if we could bring them in. How many do we have, by the way? Thank you.
We have someone in or just not true?
If you're in the waiting room and you want to speak, can you please turn your camera on, the person who's trying to speak at the moment? Is there somebody else? Why don't we try somebody else then?
Hello, hello, my name is Rosemary Lee Thopsumer.
Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, I will turn my camera on. Apologies. It just doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Hello.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. If you can state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure, thank you. My name is Rosemary Lee Thopsumer. I am Silver Island resident 21M25. I wanted to just very briefly, I know there are others in the waiting room, just rebut a few points of landscape and make some other further points. So thank you very much for hearing our concerns. I think there were a lot of detail in the objections that haven't been presented properly by the town planning, and I would ask that perhaps more attention is given to some of those objections, specifically to correct landscape. Neil Christie has not lived on the island and cottaged on the island for his whole life. In fact, the Christies have another property on the mainland, which is on Mortimer's Point Road. This creates a second cottage or a primary cottage. So this would be their second cottage within a very small area. So by adding the boathouse, they have several children, relatives. There's increased traffic going back and forth from their mainland cottage to the island cottage. And this goes directly in front of Silver Island, goes across a natural habitat of fish, where a lot of local fishermen fish, that come day fishers. And those, that would be increased use significantly with a boathouse. I think a second point is that the island is undersized. It was undersized when the Christies bought it. They knew that it was undersized and have since decided to continuously add and develop buildings on the island. So previously a boathouse had been denied. Nothing has changed in that area. And I believe that because the size of the island is undersized, this visual impact of continually adding to the Muskoka shore by adding another boathouse is something that really needs to be considered. So those are my 2 points. I know there are others in the waiting room, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see we have another person in the waiting room. If you could.
All right, I hope that's me. Thank you.
That's fine. Name and address in 5 minutes.
My name is Kimberly Baker. I live at 10 Edenbridge Drive, Etobicoke, Ontario, M9A 3E9. I speak on behalf of my family, the Ferriers, whom have been on Silver Island since the 1800s. In regards to the exemptions being asked for, not only is it being asked for the zoning of Duck Island to be changed from an OS4 to WR3, the exemptions include variances on the WR3 zoning regulations. At less than half an acre, the property is less than a quarter the minimum lot size permitted for a boathouse. This seems to be like a whole other category. This is not a small variance in our opinion. I could discuss the regulations, state and restate was in black and white, but I'm not going to do that. What I want to emphasize is the reasons why these regulations are in place, not the wording, not comparisons, what the goal is in having these regulations and what's trying to be accomplished. We want to preserve Muskoka, retaining the tree coverage, protection of habitat, septic issues, along with visual impact, to state a few. Trees. This island is not dense in its regards to trees. You can actually see straight through the island. Although it is stated that no tree removal is anticipated, anything built on the water will disturb the tree line. Muskoka is known for its beautiful lakes and landscapes. To preserve Muskoka, many regulations are in place to protect the waterfront, whether it's to prevent more environmental impacts or preserve the visual appeal of Muskoka shorelines. Families such as ours who have been on Silver Island since the 1800s have enjoyed Muskoka for many reasons, these included. And we want it to be available for the generations to come. We are not looking to pass down overcrowded, structure-ridden shorelines, of which Duck Island would have 3 if this proposal goes through. Duck Island currently has 3 structures, all of which are very visible from the water. To be honest, it already looks crowded. While only the dock is considered a structure on the water, the current 2.5-story dryland boathouse certainly feels like one. With its interruption of the shoreline, size, and lack of distance from the shoreline, it gives the impression of a double-story boathouse on the water. Many things can function differently on paper or in theory than in reality. The situation between Duck Island and Silver Island is one such situation. Although boating regulations state you are to be 100 feet away from shore, due to people driving through the channel between Duck Island and Silver Island, the farriers have had issues with boaters speeding by too close. We believe a structure on the water added to the north side of Duck Island will drive boats closer to Silver Island, including the southern lot closest to Duck Island that is currently owned by Jane Ferrier. This is our main water access, and Jane is always afraid when her children or grandchildren are swimming or enjoying water activities, a boat will come too close. This has also been an issue for the Blackadars, and if they are on this call, they will discuss. They've had a few issues in the past, very close calls. Any changes to this channel that could force boats further away from Duck Island will be detrimental to our water activities. The same safety concerns could be applied to anyone participating in water activities in or around the proposed boathouse area on Duck Island. We believe Duck Island should be zoned an OS4 due to its size, condition, impact, and history of the island. They have already been given permission to build a dock in 2014 under it being grandfathered in, which was a stretch, and a need for transportation. This permission was given when the Christies applied for a very similar proposal to the current one being considered. There's no need for anything additional. In the justification report, Duck Island is being compared to other islands in the area that have both a dock and a boathouse: Gem, Cove, Dunbarton, Innisfallen, and Wemco Island, all of which have had boathouses for at least 20 years, most 50 or more years, and as such would be considered being grandfathered in. These are not an accurate comparison for a new build. If Duck Island is given permission for a boathouse due to its comparisons of nearby islands, this will open up a precedent where others could use Duck Island as an example of having a large structure right by the water, such as a dry dock boathouse. If the council decides to allow this proposed boathouse and/or dock, we believe that an environmental impact study should be requested, as wildlife, including loons and herons, make frequent visits to the island. All in all, whether it's due to visual or environmental impact or safety, we believe Duck Island should not be allowed any more development other than what is currently built. If the exemptions are allowed on Duck Island, we feel like it will be the opposite of what Muskoka regulations are trying to accomplish. I just want to state one more thing. Sorry if I'm getting close to my time.
You're actually over your time, but finish off.
In response to what was said, comparing a small boathouse on a large piece of property is very different than comparing the same size boathouse on a small piece of property. It takes up a lot more percentage and it's a much bigger eyesore.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we're well over your 5 minutes now, so thank you. All right, next.
Am I next?
Yeah, go ahead. You are next. Thank you very much. Your name and address, and you also have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Council. My name is Tom Blackadar. I'm actually joining remotely from my residence in Shanghai, China. room 2601, number 5, lane 333, Shimini Road, Shanghai. But my Muskoka home is at Silver Island, 18 M25, directly across from Duck Island. Yes, so I was really shocked and saddened that this old proposal was being brought again to the planning committee. It's really only a very small change from the one that was unanimously rejected by the council on August 13th, 2014. And at that time, some of you were members of the council and may remember there was a huge outpouring of negative comments, not just from people on Silver Island, but people all over the north part of Lake Muskoka. The applicant did not appeal the council's decision, so I don't believe that they have a right to raise it again. But and I think there have been many letters and speeches that have raised the many reasons why this application was previously rejected and must be again. I'm going to concentrate, though, on the false claim that the island was continuously inhabited and therefore entitled to building rights of a WR3 property and to a zoning change. This was cited by both the staff report and by the agent, and it's simply not true. I've been coming to Silver Island since almost every year since I was born in 1958. During my youth, I did know the prior residents of Duck Island. They were Bill and Myrtle Sexton. They stopped using the island in the 1970s. By the time of their death in 1989, the island had already fallen back into a natural state. Township staff actually visited the island in 1997 and confirmed this, obtained a legal opinion that building permits should not be issued. Now, the agent cites the previous owner's affidavit of continuous occupancy and also in the staff report. This was raised in 2014. We believe this affidavit to be demonstrably false. And we can get firsthand affidavits of these facts if the committee chooses to adjourn and give us time to submit them. So the simple truth is that the island was abandoned and uninhabited for more than 30 years at the time the Christies purchased the property. The OS4 zoning has been correct in public record since at least 1987, was never challenged. And the Christies clearly knew this when they were buying the island, that they had no rights to improve. The 2014 council decision did allow some habitation, but it rejected any zoning change and any improvements to the island except for this small dock on the far side that was deemed to allow sufficient access. It did not take the residential question off the table as the is suggesting. We agreed to tolerate this if the Christies could abide by the decision, but clearly they're not. They're trying to come back at the same time, the same bad proposal that they had. So we really call on the council to reject the zoning change, especially, and any new buildings that will interfere with the neighborhood. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more then.
Okay, I'm trying to get my video there. Am I on?
You're on,
great.
and if you start with your name and address, please,
Okay,
and you
my
have
name
5 minutes.
Is Bruce Blackadar, 3530 Southampton Drive in Reno, Nevada. So our cottage is directly across on Silver Island from Duck Island. My brother said many of the things that I was going to say, so I'll just briefly reiterate. I did present a written comments, which you should all have. This, as you know, this proposal is essentially the same as the one that was made and rejected in 2014. And we're not happy that we're having to revisit this issue. I want to just reiterate what Tom said about the island being continuously inhabited. I'm 75 years old. I've been coming to Muskoka all my life. I'll be coming again this summer. And I can tell you from personal experience that it's absolutely false. The island was totally uninhabited, starting from when the Sextons stopped coming in late 1970s. I'm not sure what year, until about 5 or 6 years ago. In fact, for a lot of that time, the ownership of the island was in dispute, and it was subject to a lot of legal wrangling and litigation, which I can't say any more about. The two buildings on the island were already in bad shape the last years the Sextons were there. They weren't really able to keep them up properly, and as soon as they stopped coming, they deteriorated fast, and they quickly became uninhabitable and unsafe. The dock on the south side disappeared, and so the island was more or less inaccessible. In fact, in 2014, part of the rationale for allowing the new dock on the south side was to make the island inhabitable again. So the island was definitely uninhabited and uninhabitable for more than 30 years and maybe 40. The other thing I'd like to say is about putting a boathouse on the north or northeast side of the island. This is the most unspoiled part of the island. It's never been developed. And there are many reasons why this should not be allowed. Quite apart from the fact that this would destroy some of the natural appearance and some significant wildlife habitat. It would also be dangerous because this is a busy boating channel between Duck and Silver Island. Boats speed through here all the time, and we've had some close calls ourselves over the years. Having boats come in and out of this dock and boathouse would be dangerous, and even having the dock sticking out into the channel would make a significant hazard. So no development should ever be allowed along that northeast side of the island. We don't think that any further development should be allowed at all on the island because of the regulations, but especially not in this part of the island. And one last thing I might add, that they talk about being hard to land on the south side. Our experience is that the bad weather generally comes from the north and northwest in this area. Our bay is somewhat protected from this. Occasionally it comes from the south, but I think there would be much more serious problems with coming in and out on a boathouse on the north. So that's not a good argument. So we think that the committee needs to reaffirm the 2014 decisions, which were a compromise when we agreed to allow the Christies to renovate the existing buildings and build the dock on the south side for access. And this new application should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, is that it? So there's no other, all right, very well. Right, committee? Questions? Does anybody have questions? Councillor Zavitz, then we'll start with Councillor Zavitz. No, this is not discussion. We haven't read the resolution, so this is questions for the Ms. Crowder or the applicant's agent or the applicant. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through your question to Ms. Crowder. Were this boathouse, the dry boathouse, to have an extension built on it to become the boathouse, and we certainly rejected the new proposal, if you will, for the new dock. Is that water, based on your visit, is that water usable? I guess number one, and number two, for boating, and number two is how does that fit with us as a planning department in terms of had they come with that proposal? Because it seems that the dock and boathouse is obviously a contentious issue with the neighboring folks. What if it were on the other side and became part of the existing structure?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Zavitz, I'll just have to put my brain to this, but initially I was thinking the boathouse that exists there today is dry land. So if you were to extend the dock, that wouldn't necessarily solve the issue of sheltering the boat. But I think what you're saying is to potentially construct like a boathouse addition on that southern portion. Well, it would somewhat reduce the dock width numbers that we're looking at. It would also reduce the boathouse width, not that that's not compliant. It's not the proposal that's been put forward, so we haven't fully analyzed it, but based on my site visit and the water conditions, we didn't boat right at the shore there, so I'm not sure exactly how deep it is, but it was certainly, you know, we drove near it. Maybe we could look to the applicant to see if that's something they would be interested in at all, but yeah, I'm not sure how much more to provide at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through to Ms. Crowder. Excellent report, again, as usual. And I apologize, I cannot find the reasons, justification for staff's position on the 7.2 feet. And I understand that the applicant's asking for safety reasons. Can you remind me? Sorry, I can't remember where it is.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, as Councillor Roberts, absolutely. So the numbers that were originally circulated and the 7.2 value that you're getting is what was based on the site plan submitted to us by the agent. And it indicated the southerly dock that exists today and the proposed boathouse dock to the north. When I was on site, we found that there was an additional dock that's associated with the dryland boathouse that exists there today. So the 7.2 feet was staff's recommendation to, or sorry, the 7.2 feet was based on the application's request for additional dock width based on just the northerly dock and the southerly dock. But the in reality or in actuality, the existing cumulative dock width on the island is significantly more than that. The overage proposed is actually 25.7 feet. When you consider the northerly dock that's proposed, the southerly existing dock, and the dock that's attached to the dryland boathouse. So staff's recommendation initially was that the exemption for cumulative dock width be denied in its entirety. However, Mr. Sharp and I have just been on the side here kind of doing the numbers, and if that were to happen and the agent has brought that forward, it looks like there'd only be about 3 feet on either side of this proposed boathouse. So staff would be open to allowing for a few extra feet to just for safe passage on one side of the boathouse, if committee is interested in that. Otherwise, we'd be looking for concessions, perhaps on the other docks that exist on the property to meet the maximum permitted as of right under a WR3 zoning. So I hope that helps answer, but okay.
Councillor Roberts, you're over there. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm just going to sort of simplify this through you to Emily. If a new boathouse is permitted, would the 2-story existing structure be taken down? Just to clarify.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nishikawa, no. The existing 2-story dryland boathouse is a legal non-complying structure. It's been there, the construction date's actually 1890 is when that boathouse was was built. There have been permits issued in 2011 for interior renovations to that structure. And the construction of a new boathouse, the boathouse width, including both of those structures, is compliant per WR3 zoning.
Subsequent?
I actually was going to ask if we could sooner than later read the question.
Well, let me see if there's any more questions here, because we can do that. Do we have any more questions? Councillor Kent?
I guess through you to Ms. Crowder. It's a good report. I guess I don't understand why, given Councillor Nishikawa's comment, my first reaction to the file was you have two historically non-conforming buildings already there, and it's an undersized lot. Why would we even consider a new boathouse without asking them to take down the existing one of the old ones? Like, it's a tiny little piece of property. Just because we zone it WR3 doesn't mean they get to do everything you would get to do on a lot that had 400 feet of frontage or 300 feet of frontage, the requirements on Lake Muskoka. Like, I don't understand why we wouldn't have asked them for that. And if by some chance this committee were to approve that new boathouse, why won't they be asked to take down the dock on the other side? Because that was the dock that was actually, it was being used for transport in and out of the island. It is a tiny island. It is a, right now it would be allowed to have a gazebo on it. That's it. So why would you ever consider another building at this point?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent, thank you for your question. The large basis of staff's recommendation is that this application is really looking at the boathouse and the dock. The residential development that exists today has existed for many years and has many rights associated with those. Removing the committee can certainly make a decision today that says, we'll approve this if you remove that. That's certainly within your right to do that. However, from staff's perspective and what we find would be defensible, these structures have a lot of rights with them, and the proposed boathouse is really kind of a necessity for an island property to safely access your property. We could consider reductions in existing shoreline structures or removal of existing shoreline structures should committee wish to do so. But the legal non-complying nature of this property, coupled with the fact that the boathouse itself is compliant with boathouse width permissions, we haven't felt it appropriate to recommend removal of the previous boathouse.
Supplemental, Councillor Kent?
Yeah, what I don't understand is if it was OS4 today, okay, and you kept it as OS4, they would be only allowed I understand on a little rock island where there's nothing there, you get a little dock. You don't get a boathouse. You might get a gazebo, but you get no other structures. So just because we're giving them WR3 doesn't mean that they should be allowed to do everything that you get to do on a big island. It's a tiny little property, and it's the old, if you give them something new, doesn't mean you should be able to preserve what you had before. That's like an extra grant. Not only are you getting the two existing buildings grandfathered, you're saying we want to. It really does not seem appropriate to me, because on a normal OS4 island, you would be allowed just a little teeny dock for transport in and out. Unless I'm wrong on my facts.
So, thank you. Ms. Crowder, if you can answer that, and again, I'll let Councillor Burry ask one more question, and then we are going to read resolution because that was discussion more than question.
Yes, through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. So the rezoning portion of this application is really just to recognize the use that actually exists on the island. The rezoning isn't necessarily going to automatically permit this boathouse. It's the exemptions that have been circulated. So they could have applied to not rezone the island and applied for this boathouse. It would have just been different sections of the bylaw that you're requiring relief from. The OS4 zone is intended for vacant islands that are undersized. That isn't the case here. So from a planning perspective, we would find it hard to support keeping an OS4 zoning and those associated permissions when that's not actually the use that's happening on the property. Were it a vacant island, you're right, the OS4 zone would permit a picnic shelter. However, that's not the reality of the situation. And the property has a residential use for many years now, so.
Thank you. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. And through you, question for Ms. Crowder. As usual, I have problems with site plans. I saw one site plan that said it had a holding tank and one site plan that said it had a septic tank. And I'm looking for clarification as to which it is.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Burry, they are holding tanks on the property.
Would you like a supplemental?
I would. I'd just like to point out that Planscape has again given us a site plan that does not accurately reflect what is on the island.
Thank you, Mr. Burry. All right, I'm going to read the resolution. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that exception C of the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1624 to permit an increase in cumulative dock width be denied, and that exemptions A and B of zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1624 to permit a dock and a boathouse on an undersized lot and an increase in lot coverage together with rezoning the lands to waterfront residential 3 be approved subject to the following. That the draft bylaw be amended to prohibit any plumbing fixtures within the proposed boathouse, to restrict the height of the proposed boathouse to the height which is proposed, being 13.2 feet, and to prohibit future dock length additions, and that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control, which will require that a satisfactory site plan agreement be entered into and registered on title, along with securities if necessary, to implement a site satisfactory tree retention plan prepared by a qualified professional for retention of vegetation, among other matters. So that is the resolution. Questions and discussions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Not surprisingly, through you, I've been around for this application. And I would say over a couple of different times, I would respect what other councils have determined. There's not much difference in this application, except now that there's this other dock that they've been approved. So if I had have heard, because I was trying to keep a very open mind, if I had heard that we would be removing the other boathouse, I would have considered this very differently. But at this point, I can't allow anything further than what is already there. And in fact, one of the other things is, and we don't have these kind of conversations, we talk about it in other committee meetings, but I'm also a little bit concerned about the flooding situation that we are all part of these days. And in fact, it was just that overall thing. Are we now allowing that much more that we know could be potential issues, going forward? But I can't approve this at all, and certainly not changing the zoning. And I agree that this wasn't used for a long time. And to try to recommit something that, in fact, we wouldn't approve today. I'm very concerned that we would be trying to, again, I heard the applicant, well, somebody else has this on the lake. Well, there is a reason, either people have purchased it in a different way, or in fact, it just because somebody that has 600 feet of frontage and somebody that has 100 feet of frontage, it doesn't necessarily mean you get to have everything that other person has had. I mean, that's the biggest concern that I have in our whole planning. But anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Councillor Kent.
I just said, I agree completely with Councillor Nishikawa. I cannot understand why we'd even be considering this. It's an undersized island. It's zoned improperly. You got 2 buildings there already, which they're going to get to keep. If they choose to have something else added, perhaps we could ask them, I would suggest the only way I would consider it is if they took away the dryland boathouse. It's too small. It doesn't need all this property on it, and it's inappropriate and inconsistent with all of our direction and goals of the, in my opinion, the plans to take tiny little islands and overbuild them further. What's there is there, and you can't change it, but if you want to remove something, that's fine. And I think the 2014 decision was probably the right one.
Thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, and this is actually a question for staff. Were there any concessions contemplated by the applicant? Like typically, one of the things I'm hearing is typically when we have a rezoning or consent, my experience has always been there's always ways to improve the conditions or bring something closer into compliance on a piece of property. Has there been any consideration or?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to oh gosh, sorry, it's a long day,
Okay.
Councillor Madden, I'm so sorry. I can't see your name over here, and I always, anyway, okay, so.
You can call her Councillor Edwards.
Sorry. I'm usually good with the names,
It's
but.
the air.
So on this island, because of the size, it is a little bit more difficult because what do you give up? My initial thought, and we, could see if there's an appetite for this perhaps, is that southerly dock that was used to access the property. I have heard that, it's difficult when the weather gets a bit tumultuous to dock there. So perhaps that's a concession that could be made. Has that been put forward or discussed? No.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I just would add that it seems to me like the applicants have brought forward a concession in the sense that they're willing to reduce the dock width associated with the proposed single-story boathouse. It would still not comply with the cumulative width requirement, but it would be much closer in compliance. And I'm not hearing of any objections from the applicant's agent with respect to the added measures that staff are recommending as part of their support for this proposal. Thank you.
Ms. Crowder, one of the things that many of the people who were speaking against this proposal was about a time of residency. And I wonder if you can clear up for us the issue of how does residency affect grandfathering? Are buildings are buildings grandfathered or is use grandfathered? And if you can clear that up, because it was clearly quite a number of the people said, it hasn't been occupied for 30 years. We've made a mistake. So we have to live with the mistake, but at least let's make it worse by expanding the problem. And that foundation, I would like clarification from you.
Absolutely, through you, Chair. So when considering legal non-complying buildings and structures and legal non-conforming uses on a property, there is a little bit of a difference. Some say they're the same thing, but typically when we say legal non-complying, we're referring to the placement of a building or the design of the building that doesn't comply with the bylaw regulations. When you're talking to legal non-conforming, you're speaking largely to a use on a property. So in this case, there has been some concerns raised that the use of the property hasn't been maintained throughout the years as residential. There's quite a bit of case law around it, around legal non-conforming uses, and it can be quite difficult to prove that a legal non-conforming use has not maintained that use, because it's not just somebody has spent this amount of time every year on this island. a legal non-conforming use can also be that somebody has demonstrated a continuous intent to use that island. So there are reasons like that development plans may be put off for a number of years. But if they have the intention of continuing that use, then they sort of prevail. So in this particular case, there was an affidavit provided by the previous landowner who said that the residential use continued over this time, and building permits were ultimately issued in 2011 by the chief building official of this township at that time. They are not the same chief of building official now, but those permits were issued. And therefore, staff are of the position that the argument or debate surrounding the use, the ship has sort of sailed at this point. Happy to provide further, but hopefully that clarifies a bit.
Thank you. Director Pink, I know you have commented on this topic before. Perhaps you could add to Ms. Crowder's comments.
Sure, thank you. I think just really saying in essence the same thing, but just to put it simply, I think what Ms. Crowder is saying, there has been extensive debates about preserving legal non-conforming uses before the courts. There's endless case law that speaks to various situations, and it comes down to a continuous use. I think during the 2014 application, that was somewhat more of a live issue because at that time, the buildings on the island were dilapidated and there was arguments about their safe use. But I think the key point that Ms. Crowder made, or essentially I think in response to the question, is since that time, council has approved a dock on the island. Chief building official of the time was satisfied through affidavits and legal opinions that the use was continuous and issued building permits. And the current owners have been occupying that building for the last, I believe it's 5 to 10 or 6 years, I think I heard, since that time. So what I would suggest to you is I don't believe the township has any authority to require any of those buildings to be removed or to require that the owners cease the use. Again, maybe a bit more of a live argument prior to the issuance of those building permits and the previous application 10, 15 years ago. The use is at this point, in my opinion, lawful, and there's no ability to have it cease. So I think heard a lot of questions or debate and discussions about, you know, the policies that speak to undersized islands. No question, this island was vacant. We would not call this slightly under 2 acres. The OS4 zoning would be appropriate, and we would not be having this discussion about development on the island. However, I think staff's put a lot of weight on the fact that there is a lawful residential use. And as planners, you're sort of trained, or the goal is to eliminate non-conforming uses. So why zone an island that's being used for residential purposes as a picnic island when it's clearly not lawfully a picnic island? It is a residential island. Again, we could have had that debate 10, 15 years ago about whether those building permits should have been issued. They were. And I think in large effect that ship has sailed. So again, no question, the island is undersized and wouldn't be permitted to be developed if it was vacant. So really the issue that you have before you, again, staff's suggesting that dock width comply. Really the 2 exemptions are 180 square feet of coverage and permitting a new structure. I think staff has been, you know, sympathetic to an extent that most island properties that are used for that purpose will have a wet boathouse. I think most would expect that. I don't think our policies or zoning allows every property to have the same rights. They are all based relative and on a percentage basis, but this property does not have a wetland, a wet slip or a boathouse over water. And staff felt it was appropriate for 180 square feet that could be considered. I'm hearing a lot of questions and concerns about the dryland boathouse. I don't think we've asked the applicant who's here or their agent, would they be amenable to removing the dryland boathouse? There seems to be a lot of support or willingness, and perhaps that could be asked of the applicant. And then council can, being informed, decide.
Thank you.
I hope that helps.
Yep, thank you. Committee. Councilor Zabitz.
Thank you, and through you. So I don't I don't have any problem, unfortunately, turning this down. I mean, I think for all the reasons that we've heard today, I acknowledge that there's been buildings on this small island since the 1890s. And I acknowledge that the township has taken tax money for, we've empowered them since 2011 with permits from our chief building officer. So we acknowledge this is a property. So I think, you know, what that property has on it is enough. It's fine. I mean, I think if we give them more today, you know, I think we sent a very dangerous message, a precedent, if you will, to all those other thousands of taxpayers who possibly are on an island. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm looking at the planning report from Planscape on page 123. As the island is currently zoned open space with uses restricted to a picnic shelter and a 6-foot wide by 30-foot dock. Now, if I was buying an island and it had that zoning, I would, before I bought the island, I would get the zoning changed. For the simple fact that they've bought an island, whether the houses were used at that time, it should have been checked. That's one thing. Secondly, it also said that the island can only be used as a picnic shelter. So somebody should have checked that at that time. I feel sorry for them. But on the whole, I don't want to expand an island that's way undersized. I mean, if it was an acre and a half even, but the size that it is. And I think that, you know, I feel sorry for them, but I wouldn't even change the zoning. It's legal non-conforming, and I would leave it at that. And I can't support this at this time. I was on when it was turned down the last time, so thank you.
Councillor Roberts, do you have any comments?
Yes, I can support this, but I would like to ask the applicant if they would consider removing the south dock.
The south dock. All right, we will, let's just get a more opinion around the table here, and then we may engage with that question. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. I just wanted to just remind Planning Committee that one option would be a deferral. Sometimes these decisions, you know, with respect to the removal of structures can be difficult for applicants and agents on the fly. So I just wanted to remind committee that that's an option as well. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Great, thank you. Thank you, and through you. That is exactly what I was going to suggest, because I think there are some thoughts around here, and it comes back to the question that on any application, grandfathered or not, we are always looking for improvements to comply with today's zoning bylaws. And that's the question mark I had, is that I didn't really see any kind of concessions being made or improvements being made in that regard. So I would support a deferral if that is something that the applicant would be open to.
Councillor Burry, have you some thoughts and opinions on this?
Well, I don't want to do anyone's job for them, but you know, maybe even putting a dock in front of the dry boathouse and putting a boathouse over that, so it's all contained on the one side. I think there are options here that with some creative thinking, but I tell you, it is an undersized lot. When people buy property, they understand what the zoning is for the property at the time they do the purchase, and you take your chances.
Mayor Kelly, you're the only one I haven't asked yet, but you got some thoughts?
Thank you. Through you, I think we need to defer on this. I don't think we should be sitting here trying to guess and do the planner's work and do the you know, the thinking. But I sense that there may be some way to find an appropriate compromise. So I think giving it a month or whatever it takes for the applicant and their agents and planners to get together and come up with something they certainly will have understood. the situation. One thing I will say is, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm not fussed by how this thing is zoned. It appears to me to be continuous use. We have to respect that. We have respected that. So the only question is, given the undersized nature, and clearly a demand for wet slip in a boathouse, what combination of additions and subtractions can be worked up in the next month to come back and have another look at it.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, more or less along the same that Peter had said about my concern would be still that this boathouse that is proposed is extended out 20 feet from the shore, 18 feet from the shore. And I would be looking at reducing that as well, if we're in fact trying to tuck it into the shore, if I read the measurements right.
Thank you. Mr. Zerback, and forgive me, I forget the owner's name. Christie, thank you, Ms. Christie. I think it would be highly advisable if you accept the recommendation of this committee and we defer it. And I think you've been listening to some of the suggestions that have come from this committee about might make it more acceptable to the committee. I think you'd be wise to take that decision at this point. And if I have your agreement, then that's what we will do. Okay. So we are deferring to permit the application to applicant to
for consideration of bringing the proposed development closer into compliance with the building.
So we will get up
Existing and proposed.
Right.
To allow consideration for existing.
Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the matter be deferred in order to permit the applicant to allow consideration to bring existing and proposed development into closer compliance with the zoning bylaw. Any questions, concerns? I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That carries, and we will adjourn until 1 o'clock. We'll wait for her. Who's doing the old township one? That's my next one, right? I could, is Zim. All right. Okay, I think we have an. Oh, right. All right, committee. We ready? We're calling the meeting back to order at 1:01. We have just a little bit of business from this morning, and that was the resolution that we adjusted with the on the topic of the cash in lieu of parking allocation. And we agreed on some revised wording for the resolution. So I'd like to pass that, if that's okay with everybody. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, second by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted with that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that in cash in lieu of parking application CP 01/24 be approved, and that cash in lieu of parking agreement for 2 parking spaces and signage as necessary be entered into between the Township of Muskoka Lakes and 100010616 Ontario Limited, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents, and that Township Council requests that the District Municipality of Muskoka prohibit parking on Muskoka Road 169 between 3068 Muskoka Road 69 to 3040 Muskoka Road 169.
Say the.
On the lake or easterly side. Any questions on or discussions on that matter? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, just a thought or an observation, being as that it's coming into the busy season for that restaurant and all the restaurants. This motion resolution would wait until next month's council for final approval. So it'd be into July and, middle of July. Do we ever do something that, they could take advantage of it now, but it still comes to, just a thought.
Director Pink.
Just to clarify, if one is wondering, the approval would not be conditional on the district request. That's just an addition, just to clarify that. With respect to expediting, I know historically when Planning Committee and other committees were before council meetings, there were times that matters got expedited to that round, but unfortunately there's short of a special council meeting, there's no way to ratify this before the July meeting unless council starts.
Sorry, through you, we do have one next week if there's a way that we could do it. It just, that's the long weekend, essentially coming up to July long weekend for them.
I guess I just looked at the clerk whether next week's meeting is a special council meeting or a committee meeting. I suppose if that's the direction of committee, we could try to accommodate an action item.
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Chair Balsammer, through you to committee. It is a special council meeting next week for the purposes of moving forward the strategic plan. We could add consideration of this particular action item along with the strategic plan initiative. You have to be very specific with special meetings as to why you're meeting. So we could add this if that's the will of committee.
Everybody okay with that? Very well. I don't need to change this? No.
I do need to. If you have to vote first.
All right, so any discussion? I think any more questions or discussion? All right, then I call a question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, so the next item was next item, I believe, is Ms. Crowder again, which is ZBA 2224. 11008 Old Township Road.
Thank you, Chair Boseworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2224 in the names of Douglas and Zua. The subject lands are known municipally as 1008 Old Township Road. This laptop has now dropped the internet, so we're just going to need a minute.
I know.
Poor Emily.
She doesn't have enough to do today.
I don't know what.
Okay, sorry about that. We'll try it again. So the next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2224 in the names of Douglas and Zua. The subject lands are known municipally as 1008 Old Township Road. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 191 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2224 is to repeal site-specific bylaw 2010-110 and to permit exemptions necessary to redevelop a two-story boathouse. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, Chief Building Official, stating no objection to the application, but noting that the sewage treatment system installed services a dwelling, sleeping cabin, and 2 to 3 piece baths in non-habitable outbuildings with a total floor area of 200 square meters, 35 fixture units, and 4 bedrooms. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the Township's Manager of Operational Services, and Cassie Ems, Planner for the District of Muskoka, both stating no objection to the application. 3 letters were submitted from Barry and Ruth Ann Smith, abutting property owners to the northeast, expressing opposition to the proposal with emphasis on the proposed reduced side yard setback. The abutting owners feel that a 45-foot setback should be imposed. I'm happy to read those letters out in full at the request of committee. To proceed with the proposed development, a number of exemptions are required. To repeal bylaw 2010-110 and permit a 2-story boathouse on a lot with less than 300 feet of frontage in accordance with the provisions for a 2-story boathouse on a lot with 300 feet of frontage. To permit and restrict the use of the 2nd story of the boathouse to storage only. And to permit a reduced side yard setback for a 2-story boathouse with a rooftop sun deck. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that the application be approved subject to the following. That 3rd reading be withheld until such time as the floating dock discovered during staff's site visit, not shown on the submitted site plan, is removed or confirmed as compliant with applicable zoning provisions, and that the bylaw be revised to restrict the height of the boathouse to that which has been proposed. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. The applicant's agents, I believe they are in the room waiting for us, are they? All right, if we can bring them in.
Good afternoon, staff, planning staff and council. This is Alex Forshoe and Andreas Ponce with Forshoe Design Associates, address 3 Lee Valley Drive, Unit 2, Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. We are representing our clients, Mauricio Zuazua and Christina Douglas. We have prepared a small presentation that we supplied staff a couple days ago. And we'd like to go through that.
Very well.
Everyone can see our presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is just our cover page. We can go to the next slide. We just wanted to talk briefly. We saw that staff did see this floating dock on our client's property. We just wanted to make sure that it's known that this is not our client's floating dock, and they did not know about it at all. And we have we've given letters to the neighbors for them to, if they know of who owns the dock, to remove the dock from our property. So if we go to the next slide, we can see there is the floating dock that is next to our client's 2-story boathouse. Next slide.
There it is.
You can see that it's just been tied using a rope. So I don't know if it's come in from the spring or something, but go to the next slide. And you can also see that in 5 different instances, we've went around and placed letters in neighboring properties' doors to find out whose dock this is and hopefully get it removed. So we're definitely doing our due diligence in finding out who owns the dock and to have it removed from our client's property.
I've seen that one before.
Next slide. So we have read the staff's report. We thank you for your recommendation of approval, and we have read the letter from the neighbor to the northeast. And we just wanted to clarify that this boathouse, as it sits today, it does encroach the side yard setbacks for a 2-story boathouse already. So we are not furthering and we're not asking for more relief for this boathouse. We are merely just asking for it to stay in the position that it has been for many, many years. Any enlargement of the lower boathouse and the dock is to the southwest, and it conforms to today's current bylaws for lower 1-story boathouses and docks. So if we go to the next. So you'll see that the neighbor to the northeast or to the left in this picture was the neighbor that we got letter of objection from. Seems like they are building a boathouse as well, and this boathouse that we are proposing for our clients is more than 100 feet away and will not be coming closer. Any enlargement is going away from their boathouse to the right in this picture. Next slide. You can see that on our neighbor's property, you can see the cottage, which is very elevated from the water, but in between the northern property and our client's property, there's tons of natural mature vegetation, which we will not be touching. Next slide. And you can also see to the south of our client's property, very mature white pines and hemlocks are currently there, and we do not want to disturb any of that vegetation either. So that's why we are asking for relief or permission to keep the boathouse where it is, and just to enlarge it to where current bylaw says that we can today, and give as much protection to the natural vegetation as possible. Next slide. We also wanted to just make sure that the second story of the boathouse, we're actually reducing the second story area from what it is today. And a lot of it as today is enclosed. And we are actually proposing unenclosed. Next slide.
You are coming up on your 5 minutes, so if you could wrap it up, please.
No problem. We are asking for relief in height by 22 inches in height, but it is still well below the 25-foot mark that second-story boathouses can be. Next slide. Now we just wanted to show what the existing boathouse looks like today and what the new proposed boathouse could look like in the future. Again, all future development towards the south of the property. And that is the end of our presentation. We are here for any questions that staff and council want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anybody wishing to speak against this application? Possibly. Okay. All right, if you could bring them in. There we are. Good afternoon. You'll need to turn your speaker on or unmute.
How's that?
That's terrific. Welcome, and if you state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Barry Smith. Address is 1639 Ptarmigan Drive, Guelph, Ontario, N1C 1E8. My wife and I own the property adjacent to the subject property, and we purchased our cottage aware that both our neighboring properties had less than 300 frontage, and therefore were limited in the size and location of boathouses. So this was a selling feature, and we paid a premium for it. Also, investments in our property have been made with the expectation that the township policies would be respected. Now, the application in front of us seeks to have the subject property with its 256-foot frontage treated as if it was a 300-foot frontage. Now, if approved, this would allow an owner, the current or a future owner, to build a very much larger boathouse than is currently permitted, and larger even than the one proposed in the application. Now, this seems contrary to the township policy, and it would decrease our property value and our enjoyment. Now, the rationale for the proposal seems to be that the township gave approval in 2010 for a floor to go in the ceiling of that little one-story boathouse. And the bylaw for that, that's 2010-110, granted a two-story storage-only area of specified limited extent and location. And the location that was approved for that two-story storage area was the side setback was more than 45 feet. In the actual bylaw, it specifies more than 45 feet. In all other respects, the property remained in the less than 300-foot category. Now, we have no problem with the bylaw of 2010 being applied to the replacement boathouse. In fact, the building proposed in the application is largely compliant with the 2010 bylaw. However, the application proposed here is fundamentally different from this. It seeks to permit a two-story boathouse with all the provisions, or most of the provisions of a 300-foot frontage on a lot with less than 300 feet. Now, yes, they acknowledge that there might be a limit on the area of the second floor, and its use would be designated as storage. But nonetheless, the amendment, if passed, would immediately allow a much larger dock. It would allow a second floor as high as 25 feet. And with minor variance, it would allow for a second story area of up to 650 square feet. Now, surely this is contrary to township policy for properties with less than 300 feet. The application then seeks relief from one of the provisions it's just asked for. The permitted minimum side yard setback for any two-story boathouse is 45 feet. The application wants only 32. Now, the justification for this non-compliance seems to be that the proposed boathouse is roughly on the footprint of the existing boathouse. Now, the location of the existing second floor, authorized under 2010-110, is non-compliant. It is closer to the property than specified in 2010-110. So it is not clear why an existing non-compliant location justifies a non-compliant setback for a new replacement boathouse. Now, we also note that the property has ample shoreline for a replacement boathouse without having to locate closer to the property line than permitted. So the proposed amendment seeking relief on the minimum side yard setback seems to us to not be justified and also not necessary and should not be approved. So to conclude, we submit that the committee should recommend denial of this proposal. The amendment to grant a less than 300-foot property the provisions of a more than 300-foot property would allow a much larger two-story boathouse to be built. It's at odds with the township policy and bylaws. It doesn't seem to be justified or necessary. It would diminish the property value and enjoyment of neighbors, and it would surely open the door to requests from other owners of property with less than 300-foot frontage to apply for similar treatment, to be classed as more than 300 feet, even if they have less. So that would create a precedent that you would have to deal with. Thank you. I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that. Is that it for anybody in opposition? Very well. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? Do we have any questions for Ms. Crowder? Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you through to David. Because I sort of feel like he and I may be the only ones that would remember this, but could you remind me of what year we changed to the 300 feet from 200 feet? And why I'm asking is because many applications came in when we made this change, like following the change. So I just wanted to confirm.
Good question. Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. That change was approved on January 5th, 2005.
Can you be more precise? Follow on.
Well, I should explain. So why I say this is that in fact, if I remember correctly, because I was involved with a few of the applications that came forward, that there was then an additional once they so many people put applications into the building department, but then that there was an extension of years that they had to get these things built. So I'm just trying to get to the 2010 area kind of thing in my mind. Thank you.
Any other questions from committee? Councilor Zabitz.
Thank you. And through you to David, would this not be precedent setting yet again to allow on 250 feet, 300-foot boathouse?
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. I won't get into my usual spiel about precedents in planning, as I think we would argue again, each case and each proposal and each property will be unique. But and I will let staff expand further, but my understanding of the application is there is already a bylaw that's approved a two-story boathouse on this property in spite of the frontage, and what's proposed is actually a reduction in the size of the second story. I think to speak to the concerns of the neighbor about potentially enlarging it because of the language being used, the language being used to say in accordance with the provisions of a 300-foot lot is to address all the other exemptions you would have to grant a two-story boathouse, the length of the second story, the length of the first, the heights, the width of the second story, etc. So we use this general language, but then what we state at the end is as shown in the location and extent. So the bylaw will only allow a building permit to be issued for precisely the boathouse that's being shown to you before, which is actually a reduction in the boathouse that sits there today. I think really the predominant ask in this is that the boathouse is being moved closer to the side lot line than previously permitted, but I'll let staff speak to that further. I believe it's roughly in the same location has been constructed all along, but not in accordance with the bylaw that was issued in 2010.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yes, so the request for the reduction in side yard, the boathouse that's proposed actually isn't coming closer to the side lot line than what exists today. The reason that that exemption is being included is because this previous site-specific bylaw included a location for the boathouse and noted it as being 65 feet from the side lot line, when in actuality, that's not the location of the boathouse. The boathouse as it exists today is the 30, I think it's 30, what is it, 32 or so feet from the side lot line. So it's not coming any closer. And the first story portion of that boathouse is compliant per the 30-foot required setback. It's the second story that typically has a required setback of 45 feet. However, it already has a 2-story portion, and that 2-story portion is already within that required 45-foot setback.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Through you, my question was really, when I looked at the pictures that were put up there of what this boathouse was going to look like, it had a much wider presence. Am I missing, unless that wasn't the picture? There were 2 pictures at the end that the agent put up. One was a small, narrow little boathouse. The other one has this wide width. And I was just, which to me would be a much larger on lake presence than the original boathouse. Could we put those pictures back up? I'm sorry.
Sorry. So I think we're talking about the Forestry Design presentation. Okay.
Yes, the design pictures they put up, because it's not like we're putting in a different boathouse that looks very similar. It was the last picture.
While Maria's sort of putting that up, through you, Chair, I just want to correct my statement before. The first story portion of the boathouse is proposed to have a rooftop sun deck now, and the rooftop sun deck does incur a 45-foot setback. So I just had to make that correction that it actually does need relief.
So,
Councillor Kent.
so when I look at those 2 pictures, it looks like it's a much wider, broader boathouse that's proposed than what was there. So I'm surprised that it's not like we're grandfathering the old site and the old plans by building in the same location. We're building in a very different, wider, broader location.
Ms. Crowder, is the new boathouse wider than the older one?
The first story of the boathouse is proposed to be expanded to the west, I believe. The first story portion is actually getting smaller in size, or sorry, the second story portion is getting smaller in size, but the first story portion of the boathouse does comply with the cumulative width that's permitted. And I would just note that the permission on a lot with 200 or more feet of frontage for a single story boathouse is 16% of the frontage. And that is the same for a a lot with over 300 feet. So the percentage is based on the actual frontage of the lot being 16%, and the first story is compliant with that 16%.
Right. What's one supplement? My only
Yes.
question was, I thought with grandfathering of something that's actually, maybe it's not properly documented because they didn't put in place the setback, the small setback from the side lot. It looks to me like the side yard setbacks are getting even worse here. I thought you had to stay in the same location.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, the boathouse, the first story portion that is getting wider is going toward the opposite lot line. So it's not coming closer to the deficient lot line setback. So it's proposed to expand further toward the lot line that it is well over 45 feet from.
Okay.
All right. Counselor Nishikawa?
I just wanted to clarify, if this particular property owner wanted to remove the existing boathouse as stands, they would still have provisions to build a new structure on the 250 feet if they met all of the side yard setbacks, and they've only come forward to ask about these particular setbacks. I didn't want this to be thought that the only way that they can rebuild this on this particular property is because of a grandfathering perspective, because it isn't about that. They still have the rights to build on 250 feet, is what I'm trying to get at.
Ms. Crowder?
Yeah, just through you, Chair, to elaborate on Councilor Nishikawa's comment there. This property today, as of right, they could demolish the existing boathouse and dock and reconstruct them in the location and extent that they are today. Alternatively, they could demolish this boathouse and construct a new single-story boathouse in compliance with today's bylaw provisions. What's being brought forward is a proposal to essentially replace the existing boathouse that's there, but to reduce the size of the upper story slightly and to implement a rooftop sun deck portion on the boathouse. So the exemptions that have been included are really to capture that proposal, but I just want to emphasize that the boathouse is not coming any closer to the side lot line than where it is, for the exception of the fact that now a rooftop sun deck is proposed.
All right, is that clear for everybody? Do we have any more questions? Seeing none, let me read the resolution.
Yep, believe so.
Yes. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 22/24 be approved, subject to the following. That third reading will be withheld until such time as the floating dock not shown on the submitted site plan is removed or confirmed as compliant with applicable zoning bylaws provisions, and that the bylaw be revised to restrict the height of the boathouse to that which has been proposed. Do we have any comments, discussions, debate? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, staff and council.
Staff, the next item on the agenda is our two staff reports. So I'm going to push those a little later in the agenda, and so that we can get to the unfinished business, which deal with the zoning bylaws. And we do have, at least one person in the waiting room or in our council meeting here. So the next item is, it's number 14A under unfinished business. It's ZBA 3623, and I think we want to give a round of applause to our new planner, Miss Zoe Beamish. Welcome, Zoe, on your first planning committee meeting. So it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3623 in the name of Doherty. The subject lands are known municipally as 1035 Halls Road. This application is returning as unfinished business. It was deferred by committee in January until a revised zoning sketch was received and confirmation was received that the proposed garage is located outside of the environmental protection zone. As committee may recall, this application was originally heard at the Planning Committee meeting held on January 19th, 2024. Committee made a decision to defer the application, requesting that the applicant/agent provide a revised zoning sketch illustrating the location of all existing buildings, structures, and features on the property, confirm that the proposed garage is located outside of the environmental protection zone, as identified in the environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions dated January 31st, 2023, and consider an increased setback from the lot line abutting Halls Road and a reduced garage size, recognizing the constraints on the subject property. The updated zoning sketch can be found on page 250 of the agenda package. Importantly, the revised site plan has altered the extent of the variances previously circulated. The applicant has also reduced the size of the proposed garage from 864 square feet to 748 square feet, a difference of 116 feet. The location of the garage has also been shifted slightly to the west. It is noted that the garage is still located within the environmental protection zone buffer identified by Riverstone Environmental. Lastly, the updated site plan now indicates all buildings and structures on the subject property. The purpose and effect of the application is to construct a one-story garage within the required setback from the street and to recognize an existing septic system leaching bed distribution pipe within the required setback from the high water mark of Lake Rosso. No new comments have been received since the previous meeting date. The proposed exemptions are summarized as shown on the screen. This table can be found in the agenda package. As noted, the extent of the variances previously circulated in the initial agenda package for the January meeting have been altered. In particular, the proposed garage has been redesigned to be set back 18 feet from the rear lot line, which abuts Halls Road, instead of the originally proposed 16 feet, and the proposed setback to the existing leaching bed distribution pipe associated with a private on-site sewage disposal system has been confirmed as 74 feet from the high water mark of Lake Rosso. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that exemption A, to permit a one-story garage within the required setback from a lot line abutting a public street, be denied, and that exemption B, to recognize the setback of an existing leaching bed distribution pipe associated with a private on-site sewage disposal system, be approved, subject to third reading being withheld until such a time as a steel frame tarp shelter is removed as intended, and site plan control is imposed to require an amendment to the previously approved site plan agreement SPA 7620 to revegetate the site and address the removal of fill within the environmental protection zone and environmental protection zone buffer. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beamish. I think the applicant's agent is in our waiting room, are they? Oh, the owner. Would you like to speak?
Well, I just, yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you could state your name and address, and you got up to 5 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. That's it. We'll call on you if we need. Yep, thank you. Committee. Questions, the committee questions. Do we have any questions for this case? Seeing none. Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that exemption A of ZBA 36/23 bylaw 2023-129 to permit a one-story garage within the required setback from a lot line abutting a public street be denied, and that exemption B of ZBA 36/23 bylaw 2023-129 to recognize the setback of an existing leaching bed distribution pipe associated with a private on-site sewage disposal system be approved, subject to third reading being withheld until such time as the steel frame tarp shelter is removed as intended, and site plan control is imposed to require an amendment to site plan agreement SPA-76/20 to revegetate the site and and address the removal of fill within environmental protection EP1 zone and environmental protection zone buffer as identified by Riverstone Environmental Solutions Environmental Impact Study dated July 31st, 2023. Committee, do we have any debate and such discussion or opinions on this application? Seeing none, I call the votes. All those in favor?
That means we're agreeing with there's two pieces of this.
Yeah, one is a denial, the other is an approve. Right. So all those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. Okay, the next item is Ms. Beamish. Are we up again? This is zoning bylaw B 5723 ML ZBA 07/24 on Partridge Lane.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is B 5723 ML and ZBA 724 in the name of Schultz. The subject property is known municipally as 1060 Partridge Lane. The application is returning as unfinished business. The application was originally approved by committee in February. However, the applicant is now seeking to revise the previously approved consent sketch. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketches starting on page 279 of the agenda package and to the sketch on the screen. The sketch on the screen illustrates the lot configuration approved through consent application B 5723 ML. The revised consent sketch, now shown on the screen, illustrates the revised lot configuration requested by the applicant. This lot configuration complies with the official plan, will not alter the approved lot frontages, and complies with zoning, including the concurrently approved amendment ZBA 724. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the revised consent sketch for a provisionally approved consent application B 5723 ML be endorsed. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions for Ms. Beamish? Seeing none, I'll call. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry. Yes, good point. Are the applicants here? She is in the waiting room? Fine. I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder. We will let the applicant in. Thank you.
Hi.
Good
So I'm
afternoon.
here if you have any questions.
All right. If you can state your name and address just for the record for us. Would you like to state, could you state your name and address for the record? All right, well, do we know who she is? All right. All right, so we know who it is. All right. Yeah, so thank you very much for being here. We open for questions to the committee. Seeing no questions, then let me read the resolution for discussion. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that the revised consent sketch for a provisionally approved consent application B 5723 ML be endorsed. Any discussion, comment, debate? I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And I believe Ms. Crowder. The next one is ZBA 14/24. 1110 Campbell's Road, unit number 4.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1424 in the name of Cornea. The subject lands are known municipally as 1110 Campbell's Road, unit number 4. As committee may recall, a decision on the application was deferred by committee on May 16th, 2024, until such time as an accurate site plan was supplied to the satisfaction of the township. A revised site plan has been provided as shown on the screen, which shows the configuration of docking on the property. This updated zoning sketch can be found on page 300 of the agenda package. Importantly, the revised site plan identifies a greater cumulative dock width than originally circulated at 95.7 feet versus 86.5 feet. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1424 is to demolish an existing boat port and to construct a new dock and 2-story boathouse. No new comments have been received since last month's meeting date. To proceed with the proposed development, a number of exemptions are required. To permit a cumulative dock width of 95.7 feet, where 75 feet is the maximum. And to permit a cumulative single-story boathouse width to be 59 feet, where 51.8 feet is the maximum permitted. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that exemption A to permit an increase in cumulative dock width be denied, and that exemption B be approved to permit an increase in cumulative single-story boathouse width, subject to the following: that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control, that the draft bylaw be amended to prohibit future dock and boathouse length additions, and that third reading be withheld until such time as the boat port is removed as intended. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leave the applicant's agent. It's Ms. Ledger, who has been waiting since 9 o'clock. I think you just need a little more quality time with these kinds of meetings. Welcome, Ms. Ledger. Name, address, in 5 minutes.
So I did introduce this last month, if you recall. The biggest problem here obviously is the orientation of the existing 1-story boathouse and docks, which make it basically worst case scenario trying to measure with. I did really rusty. Well, I was following Emily. I just thought I was on still. I apologize. Do you need me to restate my name and address?
No, well, I think we got your name and address, so
Okay.
you just might loop back to the point where you were addressing the dock
Yes.
orientation.
So coming back to last month when I introduced the dock, the problem is the way it's been built according to with the land, which makes basically what would have been this width, sort of this width. Is there a way to put the site plan on? And I also brought some photos, which I thought would be very helpful because they're photos from the water looking back at this property. So because it doesn't look angled to the property, it looks straight. So I just wanted you to see that because that really is what this is all about. So you can see the angle. And I did go back to my client because basically we were asking for the width up to here. This is a crib dock, so it's can't actually tear out.
Yeah, I think you'll have,
Oh, you can't hear me.
but you could pick it up and guess maybe take it with you.
I need a
You
pointer.
could pick up the mic and take it with you. Might not be able to see you, but
Okay, that's okay, nobody knows. So this is a crib dock area here. So we were asking to keep that, which would mean the width was measured, you can see here, from here over to here. So it's been recommended that the boathouse width be approved, and that's because that's 18 feet and you add that and we're under what would be permitted if it were considered straight. So I went back to my client and said, well, if this is 42 and we did, that's okay. And we did 33, which would be permitted, what would it end up at? And it comes in almost actually right at this little line. So when I measure that, it comes to 41, which would mean an overall of 83, if that makes sense. So they agreed. So if that's, I'll leave that to committee if they'd like to, if they would consider that rather than the 97. I think the 83 makes sense. And then I do have some photos from the water so that you can see that it does look like that's the width. Gives you a better idea of the property itself. So there's the little on the left. Some of these are older, some are newer, taken from the water. And yeah. So we would remove the far section, the center section, sort of the dock would end at the posts of the boat port, and the boat port roof would be removed. So it would just be the boathouse and then dock up to where the posts are. And that would be 83 feet for the dock widths. So if you could consider that. And then I just wanted to address the conditions. But before that, the owner just gave me a few points. If I could read those for Mr. Cornia, Mr. and Mrs. Cornia. Maybe these photos help. So they provided me with the photos. I have improved the property materially and planted trees, both waterside and non-water side. Removed a non-conforming rundown cabin very close to the water without replacing it. That was behind the boathouse at one time. The current boathouse and dock are significantly tucked into the shoreline and visually small from the water. Any work we have done has been done in consultation with bylaws regarding the path and or in accordance with township processes and approvals. The angle of the current dock against the shoreline creates a measurement issue. And so there was a request for a site plan control. This property is under site plan control, so I'm not sure why that is a request. What happens is when you put these conditions on properties, I'm done in time.
yeah, pretty much, but
Okay.
give you another 30 seconds.
Okay. It's just the conditions because the second one was to prohibit future dock and boathouse length additions, but if they ever remove that, then they should be able to rebuild. So, and right now it heads into the sideline, so you couldn't add on to it anyway. And then to wait until the boathouse is removed for third reading means we couldn't do the dock. So you can't store anything, build it, like it logistically, it doesn't, it's very difficult. And the building department sort of takes care of that to make sure that work's done before a boathouse is built. So those were, I'm here for questions.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Ms. Crowder, do you have any comments on what you heard today?
Yes, through you, Chair. So just to touch on the site plan control aspect, the proposal seeks shoreline structure development, and shoreline structure development under our current site plan control bylaw are exempt from the site plan control process. So the property itself may be subject to site plan control, but this proposal is not. And so staff are recommending that if approval is being considered, that site plan control be imposed as a condition or contingent upon the approval. There was some discussion around reducing the width of the dock, but I don't think we've seen a plan that shows exactly that what's proposed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, but so I think we would just want some further clarification on what kind of revisions were actually being proposed so that staff could consider them.
So it's fair to say then what we have in the report is not exactly what they're asking for now?
Through you, Chair. Well, what I heard from Ms. Ledger was that she's talked with her clients and they are proposing something different now, potentially a reduction in the dock width than what they have originally proposed, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Ms. Ledger, if you could comment?
Yes, thank you. We were not aware that that it was staff's decision to deny this until we read the report. And so at that time I discussed it, which was Friday. So at that time I discussed it with my client over the weekend and I said, you know, this is probably why. I understand. We wanted to try and keep the cribs, but so this is an option. Do you want me to suggest it? So no, I haven't had time to supply anything different than what we have. But it's only because we didn't realize this was happening.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, at least, I'm just not 100% clear on what the option is, or if it was more justification for an increased width. Ms. Ledger, I feel like I need to help me along here a little bit, because I'm not 100% following. I think that may be the issue.
Yeah. So basically, if you can treat this as not being crooked to shore and treat it as straight, you would be permitted another, if we built 42 feet of width on the new proposed dock, then you would try and keep 33 feet, which is 75, which is what's permitted, as a maximum dock width on a 328 feet of frontage. It's actually 82, but 75 is our maximum. So 33 plus 42 is 75. So if I take that 33 and bring it back at the angle this is shown by the surveyor, then it comes to shore and hits shore. And from those two parallel points measured straight across, it becomes 41. So you add that to the 42. Then you ask for 83, which is an extra 8 feet. So a variance of 8 feet, as opposed to, I was asking for more than that before. And I did a pre-consult, so I thought this was, you know, anyway, it doesn't matter. We're willing to sort of bring it back to 83 from the proposed 97.
Well, Mr. Sharp.
Here's much.
And Ms. Crowder are thinking about that. Councillor Nishikawa.
I thank you through you to you. I actually am feeling at this time, because of the confusion and things, and rather than trying to fix everything today, I'm wondering if this should be deferred.
We will get to that discussion. Councillor Kent.
I don't know who this question is directed to exactly. Am I right to assume that if they did what they want to do here, whether it be 83 feet or whatever the number of dock width, they're going to have four covered slips? I don't know how wide this lot is. I was trying to find out how much frontage it is exactly. So 3 slips in one boathouse, and then they're keeping the old boathouse?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. Yes, that's my understanding. It looks like there are 2 covered slips proposed, or sorry, 3 covered slips proposed in the new boathouse and 1 covered slip in the existing boathouse for a total of 4. The straight line frontage of the property is 328 feet.
So are there any limitations on?
Councillor Kent.
Excuse me, thank you. Are there any limitations on the amount of covered? I mean, how are we doing on coverage on this lot with 4 covered slips? It's quite a lot of boating and docking for a 300-foot lot.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. I believe you're asking about the lot coverage, where we are on lot coverage for this property. I do have it here in the report somewhere. Let me just find it. There there isn't a specific limitation on how many like boat slips you could have, but Counselor Kent's right that lot coverage would eventually come into play if you've got a lot of shoreline structure coverage. Where do I have it?
The reason I ask, Chair Bavmore, is that I would have assumed with the new two-story boathouse that you would eliminate the old small boathouse. And that would eliminate all the dock increases,
Scott?
problems associated with it.
Through you, I have the values now. So the total lot coverage that's proposed is 4,499 square feet, which equates to 5.74% lot coverage, where 10% is permitted, or 4,499 square feet within 200 feet of the high water mark, which equates to 6% of the lot coverage, where 10 is permitted. This property has some significant area further toward the rear of the property, but it's quite sloped. There's some big bedrock outcrop, so the development is sort of set forward to the front of the property.
Mr. Sharp.
And maybe just to clarify, what's in front of you today is a proposal to construct another boathouse and another dock. The new boathouse will be a two-story boathouse, and the exemptions that are in front of you are cumulative dock width. 95.7 feet of cumulative dock width is proposed. 75 feet is what's permitted on the lot as of right. And similarly, with the two boathouses combined, there is a requirement for an exemption from single-story boathouse width as well. And I'm hearing from Ms. Ledger's staff have recommended that the cumulative width increase not be approved. She's suggesting that a reduction in dock width to 83 feet is something that would be palatable to her client. So I think it's ultimately up to planning committee to decide. We haven't seen a site plan to date that would show exactly what that would look like. So maybe the option is to defer once again for that site plan to be submitted. Alternatively, there's the option to, move this forward to council and we can return the matter to council with that site plan. So a couple different options for you there. Thank you.
Committee, I haven't read the resolution yet, have I? Oh, no, sorry. Right. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Mazza.
Did have, and I was going to bring this up, and it is to you. So
Yes.
I did have a concern or a question. If there is a site plan on the property already, I'm a little concerned about the cost that involved with a site plan. And I'm feeling very comfortable that if there's a site plan on the property, that in fact, we would capture if something was really off from a building perspective and loss of vegetation.
From the existing site plan.
Yes, and so I'm not sure that we need two site plans for this property.
Ms. Crowder or Mr. Sharp, can you comment on that?
Yep, through you, Chair, to Councillor Nishikawa. The intent of the site plan, the reason that staff have recommended it be imposed is one, for retention of vegetation and potential plantings, it is somewhat open. This property, the development is set closer to the water than what our official plan and zoning bylaw envision. So there isn't necessarily room for a 50-foot vegetative buffer, but we do think that improvements can be made to try to help better buffer the existing development from the water, but also because our new official plan contains policy that speaks to the development of two-story boathouses, new two-story boathouses on the lake. And through that process, we can include certain provisions in the site plan agreement which speak to that. And I can explain those further. Mr. Pink is giving me a look. Maybe he wants to.
Director Payne, you've got a look apparently.
No, I wasn't, but
She
No,
was hoping.
just to clarify, if it assists, it's not necessarily two separate agreements. We can do an amendment to their site plan. So that's not an uncommon process. Where previous agreements are entered into or site plan approvals, you can amend that with additional details. So just to clarify.
Councillor Mazin? I think you had your hand up.
I did, but this was the conversation. It's a bit the site plan, so thank you.
Okay, so we Mr. Sharp has suggested that we could incorporate what Ms. Ledger has said today and bring it directly to council, or we could defer, which would mean another month delay. Is that correct, Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. I think the options in front of you are to proceed as recommended by staff, to approve what's been put forward, or alternatively proceed with what Ms. Ledger has put forward in this meeting. I think in order for you to evaluate which direction you're going to head, I think ultimately you need to decide, which of those options is acceptable to you. This is essentially
Mr.
where we're
Sharp,
at.
that's true, other than I'm not sure about anybody else around this committee, but what Ms. Ledger has suggested it's not overly clear to me because it's not on a drawing that I can look at.
Well, I think it's
how can we handle that?
through you, Chair. I think ultimately it's a dock width of 83 feet. Perhaps asking Ms. Ledger to explain, one more time, perhaps with the assistance of the site plan on the screen.
Yes.
May be helpful. Alternatively, we could defer. Thank you.
Ms. Ledger, would you be able to do that for me? And Councillor, whatever your name is. Edwards. You didn't have it around your neck. How am I supposed to know?
Could we not for this, Ms. Ledger, bring the drawings and that, correct it to you, and then you can make a recommendation at the council meeting that it be approved or denied. That way, we're not just guessing at it. She can explain it to you. You can bring it back. If it then is either recommend approval or denial at that time.
Mr. Crowder and Ms. Sharp?
Didn't see that.
Probably have to wait, right?
No. No, but can we still continue the meeting?
Emily, did you tell
I think we can. Yeah. Don't have to. No. No, we don't have to stream.
all of that's gonna have to
It'll just be in.
we have to.
No.
Well, just a minute, something is connecting here. We should be on generator, so we should.
That's I'm just trying to figure out whether we can get the meeting going or not, Councilor Nishikawa, and if we can, then that's exactly what we're going to do. Right, so. Yeah, Ms. Ledger, if you could. So where are we now? Yes. Yeah, but you can't show us on the screen. So. Do you have a preference? Would you prefer to defer this a month to make it perfectly clear to committee what we want, or would you, are your plans in a hurry to move ahead? And maybe reconfirm it again with your clients, right? Yeah, all right, so I think that's committee all right with that? Staff all right with that? Councilors, or you're not a councilor yet? No, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, certainly, we can always defer. We're happy to enter into further discussions with Ms. Ledger, but I just, I would note that, our recommendation is out there at this point for a width of 75 feet. And that's what staff has recommended, that the cumulative dock width be denied. So, ultimately, I think it's more of a question of having what Ms. Ledger is indicating shown on a site plan so that you can see it and make more of an informed decision, more so than, necessarily having a conversation with staff. But again, we're happy to discuss.
Councillor Mazin. Oh, I thought you had your hand up. All right. Very well. Committee, what are our thoughts on this? There is an option to defer, I think.
I just wanted to confirm that we can be seen and heard by the community at large over.
We do? Are we? Can we? So
Yeah, I just wish to confirm with everyone that we can be seen and heard through YouTube, so.
Councillor Kent.
Confirm. Change the site. To show an 83-foot dock.
Need your microphone on, sorry.
An 83-foot request. And our staff would probably come back and still say 75 feet. So why are we deferring? They're suggesting that we approve what they've recommended.
They are.
Right. So are we it's a question of whether we're gonna be willing to grant an extra 8 feet of dock footage versus what was requested.
It does give time for the applicant and staff to have some further discussions. So.
See and hear. She can see.
Okay. All right. All right. So committee. Committee. So I coming back after deferral may not change the outcome, but it does give the applicant some chance to work with staff to see if we can get a lot closer to a point where, well, we don't know what'll happen, but at least to give them time to do it. Are we all, I'm seeing a fair amount of nodding heads around the table. All right, so we will defer. Thank you. I need a resolution to defer. Thank you, Ms. Ledger.
Probably should put all of them. You're gonna first.
Can I just read it off? Okay. Are we? Do you want to look at that?
I thought that he would read this, so I didn't put the ZBA in. Maybe it should be A.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say to permit the review of by site plan. Bit better.
Committee, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and come back at 20 after.
See if we can get that.
Committee, a break until 20.
Thank you.
But we're not coming back to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. Committee, do we have any questions for Mr. Sharp? Do we have a resolution? No, it's just a report. So it's just a report? No questions? Yes, sir. Councillor Roberts. I'm just giving up.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp, in the report, it's mentioned resolution number SPLN-2 1607/2021. Take my word for it. It has a reference to it. And then that was the resolution that established the municipality, the group that came together. In there, in point number 6, it said that the Township of Muskoka Lakes commits to adding climate action perspective on all decision-making, working to achieve community well-being, resilience and equality, and upon council approval of the CAP, which was March 15th, 2023, that council approved, when they approved the CAP, will require all future reports to council to include a section titled climate change implications. I know, so I'm just throwing this out to you. That was the resolution. That's how I interpreted it. I'm just wondering if you would investigate, like, we've approved it in March. When do you think we'll start seeing those in our reports? And then you can just leave that and follow up.
Well, thank you for your question. And it sounds to me like that commitment was intended to be a commitment that would be made township wide, not just for the planning division. So I would perhaps look to either Mr. Pink or our CAO, Mr. Hammond, to give an update on where things are at with respect to that. Thank you.
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Councillor Roberts, for pointing that out. I think that is a corporate-wide initiative and perhaps a staff oversight, and we can certainly look to making sure we're compliant with that resolution moving forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Muskoka.
If I'm right.
I think it, thank you through you and to you, because I'm not sure who can answer this, but I mean, it's been my question for quite some time. In fact, you know, I'm used to some municipalities, not necessarily in Ontario, they actually, when an application comes forward to demolish a building, for instance, like we might have seen today, you know, that there would have been a need or requirement to show where is that material going? What other measures are, and I'm going to say it's a bigger conversation about the Ontario Building Code, but it is really stuck in my head of, okay, when we make suggestions or we're doing this, are we not asking that question? How are you going to get rid of your crap? Sort of thing. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't know. Like, because we need to be aware, especially in Muskoka, of how our landfills are being filled up with construction material in particular. And so I'd be more interested in finding out that out as, and also I would take that into another in public works, for instance, if we've got some plan coming forward, okay, I'd like to see whatever mitigation matters are being taken into, and it can go to every department.
CEO Hem.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So further to Mr. Pink's comments and actually Councillor Nishikawa's comments, it strikes me that we really can't be talking, we can't cast an appropriate climate lens on a number of matters until we have a full complete picture. So we've got an adaptation plan. We also have to have our mitigation plan in place, which we're hearing is going to be later this year, because there's certain initiatives that quite frankly, this municipality is going to have to consider. So older buildings, you know, Councillor Burry will tell you that there's lots of greenhouse gases being created through a lot of our building stock, just simply because of their age. So until we're prepared to renew and reduce our footprint, I think we'll certainly look at probably corporate initiatives or looking at reports that have corporate implications. I think it's easier for us to probably cast a climate perspective or lens on those types of reports. To Councillor Nishikawa's point about, where are materials going when buildings get demolished, that's getting a little bit more granular. That's probably going to take us a little bit more time to get there if we do. But certainly I think over the course of perhaps later this year, we can get looking at that in a little bit more detail. Thank you.
Excellent point. Yes, Gordon.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. We started talking about this in 2021. And I recall that I was really disappointed that we hadn't started baby steps. And we went with this committee to do something. Now we're into 2024 and we haven't done a lot. The first part of that report said that there'd be really big issues by if we don't do something right away. This was reported in 20. We declared a climate emergency. Now we're into 2024. 10 years is I think it's 2030, and we haven't done anything, or really little baby steps. We talk, and that's why I brought this up, rather than that we really got to start something. We don't have to wait for the whole enchilada to be just fine, but let's start something, little stuff. This is my opinion. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Through you to the mayor. I see a value in having a committee established. And I'm just going to ask, could you see the value of having a committee, and could you consider that for our next council meeting?
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you for, and through you, and thank you for the question. I actually would have to give it some thought. I think that the value of a committee only comes down to the terms of reference and what we decide to ask to be done on what timeline at whose expense. And short of that, a committee is just a bunch of people who will produce very little. And so if we can work up a reasonably, healthy set of terms under which a committee would be work, I'd be happy to strike a committee, I suppose.
Guy en français.
Yeah, Councillor Burry.
Thank you.
Director Pink.
So I'm not convinced that, we need a committee. What I will say is that municipalities through the country, a lot of work has been done. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Green Municipal Fund have done a ton of work. I'll echo CAO Hammonds that we need to get a baseline. We need to understand where our offenders are and where we can do bits and pieces. We tried with the Milford Bay Community Center and recognized that we didn't have enough power to be able to do the kinds of things that we needed to do, but we did wrap the building and we did some other things that will mitigate this. We are not alone, is my point. And lots of work is being done in other municipalities. So we should be able to figure out, but until we understand where our offenses are, okay, we know the arenas. Okay, good. Until we know the other offenders of what we have in the municipality, we're not going to be able to, you can't have a solution until you know what the problem is. And so let's find out where those key pieces are and build on it, knowing that there's lots and lots of data out there and lots of people to help us. We're not alone.
Director Pink, you had your hand up.
Thank you, through you. I think Councillor Burry largely expressing what I wanted to say. And I think just in addition to that, though, I think you do need to know and have a plan. It might feel frustrating that we haven't acted as much as we would have liked in that time. Keep in mind the climate adaptation plan was only relatively recently approved. If you recall, we did receive grant funding and we are working with the regional group, and that grant funding is now to actually start implementing some of the actions in that plan. And I think that's really question really if it's a need for a committee or more starting to act on a large number of these plans that we're producing. And we are starting to do that with the climate adaptation plan. And again, we're getting assistance with the grant funding for someone to start implementing those actions. And then I believe what Councillor Burry and others are talking about, I agree, we need a baseline data in order to see where the emissions are coming from in order to act on those. And that's the climate mitigation plan that Mr. Sharp's team is working on. And we hope to get that later this year. So certainly it is top of mind for staff, but again, I think it's just something in a broader picture for, I think, committee and council to be cognizant of. We continue to, have large plans and ambitions in a lot of areas of interest, but we need to be cognizant of the resources and being able to actually implement some of those things. We need to start choosing where we're going to put our resources. So just wanted to think. Committee, have a report in front of you. I believe it's on page 227 in your agenda packages. Try to facilitate a little bit of a discussion to spur, I guess, the input that staff needs to move this request forward. But just to provide a brief background on the matter for committee, you will recall, I believe it was in July of 23, committee had a lengthy discussion when reviewing the procedural bylaw on the options between establishing standing committees or advisory committees and working groups. And there was a lengthy discussion. Previous terms of council have opted for advisory committees, but there was no direction to proceed with that through this term. At the most recent planning committee meeting just in May, when discussing a report on updated heritage legislation, there was some discussion and desire to establish a heritage committee, and that's why this report is returning. Strictly from a legislation perspective, unlike a number of committees that the municipality will strike, the Heritage Committee is actually legislated. The Ontario Heritage Act does refer to a Heritage Committee and does include typical terms of reference or typical actions or responsibilities that Heritage Committee would have. So what, and just to provide, again, a bit of historical background, the municipality has typically had a Heritage Committee, not perhaps every term or for the entire term length of council, but not uncommon for the municipality to have a Heritage Committee in the Township of Muskoka Lakes under the Ontario Heritage Act. We provided the terms of reference for you, but really the reason for the report and the facilitated discussion today is really to, I guess, try to piece out a little bit further to the discussion last month as to the what, and essentially what problem are we trying to solve or what objective are we trying to achieve by establishing a Heritage Committee, which was I believe the direction last month or the request last month. And staff has put forward various options depending on what input or discussion emanates from today's meeting. And it could be, for example, the status quo. Today was a perfect example. The Planning Committee is serving as the Township's Heritage Committee, and Planning Committee today discussed a heritage application. What would be different with the establishment of a Heritage Committee is that would have been discussed at that level, and their recommendation would have been made to this body. So the status quo is certainly one option. The other is to establish a Heritage Committee, similar to as we've had in previous years, And again, that's legislated under the Heritage Act. And what would typically occur on that Heritage Committee is discussion of properties on the Heritage Register, either the removal of them, the addition of more, potentially the designation of properties, and also the review of planning applications that are either adjacent to a heritage property or perhaps the subject property itself. And again, that committee would make recommendations to this body on those planning applications or on its heritage register or designations. Perhaps there's a specific project or goal that committee is interested in which case I would suggest to you the working group may be the preferred approach, so that there's a clear terms of reference as to what that project is and what the deliverable is and what the end date is. And there's also, and I think part of the discussion last month was recognition of the various volunteers and groups in the community that are doing work in that area. And perhaps it's a partnership, or recall yesterday, we agreed to an extension of MOU with the museum. So those can be explored, either changes to those partnerships or an MOU with those groups. So with that, I'll leave it with the background, but certainly look to committee for input on, again, the what. What is it we're trying to achieve with this group or body? And then staff will do our best to sort of facilitate that discussion, and hopefully we can land on an appropriate path forward. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pink, Director Pink, for a really good introduction. I think I probably tripped us into this discussion by inadvertently using the word Heritage Committee, which has a very tightly defined meaning under provincial legislation, in which we, given what happened this morning with the church in Port Sandfield, through our planning department, are probably doing all that we can, or the right things that we can, to protect buildings and other features, cultural features that need to be or can be protected under the under that act, Ontario's Heritage Act. And I think probably I used the word heritage, I don't know, was tired or whatever. The goal that I would love to see, and this is just my starting point for a discussion, pretty well everywhere else that I've traveled throughout Canada and the northeastern United States, there's much higher knowledge of local history. There's much higher regard and reverence for local history. There's a easy way for newcomers to access the information about local history, how a place came to be, and what happened there, and what prominent people lived here, and take a look at that house over there, kind of thing. And from a purely economic development or a tourism perspective, it seems to me that we fall short. There is a lot of history here. And one of the things that we have to, respect, we have a large influx of people here who don't have long histories with the region or the area of Muskoka, who don't necessarily know how this place was forged, who don't necessarily know the history of its industry and its people and its culture and everything else. And I think that's one of the reasons why we seem to have too little regard for some of the architectural features of this place. The first thing that a lot of people want to do is knock it down and build it in a new image. If we can't control that, and I'm not suggesting that we can or we should, maybe we can influence it heavily by restoring some understanding and some pride in the history, the history of this place, how we came to be, why it's important that we have boathouses on water access properties, the whole history of industry, from logging and timbering to, and I'm well aware of an island not too far out in Lieu from our place that was once upon a time a Hudson's Bay trading post, and most people have no idea that that activity ever took place. So these kinds of things, I think, are going not only unnoticed, but they slowly get eroded. They slowly disappear. And I think it's important that we figure out the right path forward to protect and preserve that stuff, to celebrate that stuff, to incorporate that stuff. into our story to attract tourists, to attract economic development, and ultimately to influence how people choose to live in the here and now with adequate or at least a different level of respect for the past. So last thing I want to say, it is going on in little pockets in our, and it's probably going on a lot more little pockets than I realize. But I've had the luxury of spending some time up in Windermere with, you know, a dedicated group of people who toil away every hour of every working day in the basement of the community center in Windermere, protecting and preserving and recording an archive of material, mostly print material, paper material, to identify how this place came to be and how roads got named and who so-and-so was. I applaud that effort. I just would like to find a way to make it more mainstream, apply it more broadly across the rest of the township, and make it, you know, unless I'm way wrong, make it a feature that if you're on a hiking trail that happens to replicate the pathways that people chose to move from place to place over the land before there were automobiles, and I don't know if that exists, I say that helps build an identity. It preserves things that are important or should be important to us, in my opinion. And I think it drives the economy through more tourism. So when I mentioned and throw out the word heritage, why I'm always reluctant when somebody says, how about we strike a committee? How about we figure out what we're going to do first? Because if we strike committees and we don't really have a clear direction of what's expected, then I'm afraid we can have 10 different ideas of what we're supposed to accomplish. I'd rather try to narrow that down first and then figure out what the right next step is to protect it. I just think there's a lot more of value here to be looked into, looked after, preserved, and celebrated, quite frankly.
Councillor Nishikawa. Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you through you. And sorry, I didn't know if you were waiting for David to speak or something. I've been on heritage committees with this township for years and years and years. And I would say we did very, very good work. We did very good work. I don't want it to be diminished at all. Alan would know, for instance, in the term of a 2010 council, we set off to try to protect Windermere. And it was that committee that did it. You know, we went and took the addresses and made great suggestions to our township, many of them. And we used to do doors open. That brought in lots of people. Like I would say that committee, and with lots of different members, did great work. And I don't want to diminish what work was done. I don't know what else to draw out, but essentially they went out with the idea of protecting heritage in our municipality. So we chose, for instance, the storm walls in Windermere, stone walls, lots of other conversations. We picked particular properties. We had conversations about a resort being torn down, a couple of resorts being torn down. We were involved with that. And we haven't been involved for a few terms of council now. And I would say I feel we're losing opportunities, but also we're not reinventing the wheel. We also the committees were given opportunities for education through the province. I think they're still there, all the books, the heritage books that are used to be in that cabinet right there. I don't even know if the rest of council knows that is available, or the importance of those documents. So I'm just saying, like, I'm sorry, I don't like the idea that we think that we're just starting from scratch. We're not. We've been very, very successful for many years, and I don't want to diminish that.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think that it feels like anyways, there's a shared passion and interest. And I think that's actually what there's probably a good reason a lot of us are sitting around this table is because of the care and the love for this place. And like Mayor Kelly was saying, you go around to other jurisdictions, other areas in the world. And culture is a huge and important part. And so I took a slightly different approach after last month. And I went back, there's the Ontario, what is it called? Hold on for a second. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. There's gaming and sport. And we did our recreation master plan. And it's not uncommon to have things like a cultural plan. It is embedded in a lot of our documents, like our strategic plan. And it talks about the importance of it. So I'm just going to highlight why is culture, we're using a slightly different word than heritage, perhaps, because it could take it as a broader concept. It does support a thriving economy. It enhances quality of life, creates a sense of pride in our communities. And that pride of place is something I think a lot of us have talked about, whether it's having people just throwing their garbage out of the car or feeling a real pride when you look at a building like the Duke's building downtown, just knowing that there's a long history. And the last thing is just encouraging social cohesion. These are not my words. I just went to say, why is this so important? And so the question to me becomes, how do we incorporate it throughout all of our municipal planning process is most effectively to deliver against, I think, that shared sense of how do we not only capture, because it's one thing to capture the information, it's another one to kind of infuse it within the thinking. No different really than how we've said, let's apply an environmental lens. I think it becomes that important. So I think the question you're asking is the what? And we want to leap to how do we do it? I actually am asking, I don't know how to do that. I know there are cultural master plans similar to what we've done on the recreational master plan that actually come out with, it looks to the entire community. I'm not sure we have the interest. We have a lot of master plans right now. Is there a way for us to incorporate this type of thinking in a meaningful action-based way that actually acknowledges what Councillor Nishikar, there are a lot of people doing a lot of really good things, but somehow we need a quarterback or something. So I don't know. I don't have the what because but I'm sharing the passion, I guess.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. It's for
And then
you.
Director Pink.
Yeah, great topic. And of course, just like marketing 101, you need to understand the problem before you can create solutions. I think the word that comes to my mind, I think Councillor Burry said it earlier, relevance. Sure. I mean, you're with a Duke, Davidson, my grandfather bought our place in 1906. The history of the community gets lost, right? I don't know. It depends if we're talking about buildings and preserving buildings or preserving the word culture over here. If we're preserving our culture, then perhaps we do it community, and I'm not trying to create solutions at all, but there are ways to do and go by community and have communities somehow rise up and create that old culture. I don't know if the 40-year-olds want to pay that much attention to it. And that's, is it incumbent on us as 70-year-olds and older to remind them, as a way going forward to look back. And if that's what a committee can do, I'd certainly be supportive of that, because I think it's a shame to go through a cemetery and see all those old names and their lumber companies and they're this and they're that and the other thing, and they're gone. And, we remember them because it's within our lifetime, but you're talking 100 years now. So there's a lot of rich history that isn't being captured. Is that what we're talking about? So I think we need definition. Thank you.
Director Pink and then Councillor Mazin, I think, right?
Thank you. I think maybe to try to help focus what I'm hearing, and please, again, continue the discussion and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost like a missing celebration or promotion of our cultural heritage. And I wonder, again, I think we need to be cognizant of the resources and the other projects that singular position is doing, but we could look at the economic development function. I know there are plans, I believe, within the next 6 to 12 months to bring back our economic development strategy. And we could certainly, through that process, put more weight or importance on the heritage aspect in order to promote. In the past, I believe it was a former economic development position that participated in Doors Open. So if it's that kind of celebration and promotion we want, I think, doing that, we could certainly, with that type of direction, begin participating again through that position. That position could also explore, again, whether it's a cultural heritage plan, sort of master plan for the community. I think that's one extreme. I'm not particularly hearing a typical heritage committee, although I think Councillor Nishikawa's comments were more touching on properties and districts. That's the work the prior committees have done. I'm not sure if I'm hearing that from others. Another sort of option, again, if it's again more promotion or celebration, do we look at striking a working group that can look at improved signage and outreach, perhaps on trails and community centers and municipal facilities, perhaps even notable buildings throughout the community. And that working group can advise committee, on preferred method in order to celebrate those buildings or parks and trails or arenas or community centers, and work on what the costs and what the recommendations are, and have a clear deliverable, and then committee and council can act on that through the budget process, should it wish to pursue it. So I'm just throwing ideas out there, but I'm getting more of a sense of an economic development kind of initiative or direction going forward, not so much the need to strike a committee, but again, just trying to facilitate the discussion. Please continue.
Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, I'll be quicker on this one. I focused the first time I talked more on the what do we want to do. And when we get to the point where we talk about how we accomplish it, we already have some really incredible resources busy with this stuff in our world here. We've got a museum that does really good work. We've got, and I've consulted with them on stuff of my own to help with identification or whatever. Similarly, over in Bala with the Lucy Maud Montgomery Museum, I think it's actually called Museum. I've gone there with stuff that I found buried in the walls of a house that we had here, tied it back to a lumberyard in Bala. So there's, this is a huge pie, and it involves everything from, artifact identification and verification. It comes down to building a story, understanding genealogical research. It comes to preservation, protection, display, education. I mean, there's a whole spectrum of stuff. I don't think it should all be done under one roof by one person. But I think the ultimate goal is to protect and preserve and promote. And hopefully, I believe that would be a very attractive feature to somebody who's coming here to set up a medical practice and likes to be part of a community that celebrates its past, or comes here for a 2-week vacation, or is looking to buy a property here. I think these things are more important than our activity around them would ever give notice. But I don't for a minute think it all needs to be done, through the municipality. Like I said, the work that's being done by the archive group up in Windermere, I got to be totally honest with you, I have no idea how that's getting funded or if that's organized in any particular fashion. Councillor Edwards might know. But I'm just, I don't want to make you think we should have the monopoly on thought here. We should have a sort of a consistency on goal and an objective, then figure out the right way to get all the tasks done. Maybe better funding at the museum and their curatorial abilities and staffing or something.
Through the
Councillor
chair.
Edwards.
The Windermere Archives is all volunteers. And that, they have the internet paid for by the town, which is in the building anyway, and a few other things. They have bought them printers and that, but basically they're a group of volunteers. And I think that's what we should be doing more with heritage and everything else of that. There was people that were dedicated on there. Susan Daglish was one, and other ones. We've sort of excluded them now. And that's why with the heritage committee, call it what you want and that, but they could be in and they could be working on their own as volunteers and just get some recognition from the township that, hey, we have history. when we dedicated the Heritage District in Ballard, they were looking at Windermere. And that, you look at all our halls that we have. A lot of them over 100 years old, they're heritage buildings. We ignore them, we haven't put them on, same as cemeteries. I don't need an expert to tell me that Anglican cemetery is a heritage. Very, very simple, it's heritage. And that's so we should be looking at it, not hiring experts to tell us, hey, if we really get down to the nitty gritty on something, we can hire an expert. But there's people around here that have knowledge that way beyond us. And I would tap into it, and that's what we don't do, whether it's a Trails Committee, a Heritage Committee, or anything else like that. There are volunteers that would gladly volunteer their time and do the work. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, I'm gonna take you a complete shift here for a second, because I feel like I also need to acknowledge something. That I've been seeing these signs, no different than the one that's outside of our township popping up. And I think this is an example of the type of thing that, and I think there's a QR code on it. I think it probably takes us to some website somewhere. I just don't want it to be lost that I do think that there are a lot of things that are happening. And I'm starting to see some new things, probably because we have a bit more of a focus from recreation and economic development in particular right now. So I just wanted that to be acknowledged as we, I think we're going to start to see more and more of these things. But I think we have to put the priority on it and understand our sitting around this table. How do we support or keep this as a priority for all of our staff as they're thinking about things, to realize that sense of place and the actions we can control, you know, that it's embedded kind of in those economic development plans or recreation plans or whatever it may be. Again, I don't have the idea yet as to how to accomplish this, so.
Director Pink. How do you feel about what you've heard so far?
Well, just to comment on that recent comment from Councillor Mazan, thank you for that. It is should be noted because of the resources council's put towards economic function and the community improvement plan. One of the initiatives on the public front, I know you deal with the private incentive program, and we had that discussion yesterday. One of the initiatives was to improve and have consistent signage in both Bala and Port Curling in those communities with the signage. And you should see through last year's capital program, consistent signage throughout both communities with the QR codes. And again, that's the sort of initiatives that you've undertaken through that process. Again, I think the impression I'm getting, and correct me if I'm wrong, this seems to be the general consensus, is more a celebration or a promotion of heritage. In my experience, it's not something that can be sort of forced on a community. It doesn't typically work top down. It needs to be sort of grassroots and built up. And I think that's why you're seeing it in the community of Windermere, certain pocket of volunteers with that passion and interest. So, you know, staff could certainly return with some options for partnerships to do that. Or perhaps, again, it's not listed as one of the options in the report, but certainly through this discussion, we could look at that economic development function, having more of a culture heritage lens to better promote that in the community. But again, ultimately, staff is at the direction of committee. If you wish to see a committee struck or a different direction, please advise.
Thank you. Councillor Savitz.
Thank you. And to David's point, we're having a fireside chat here. I suppose the interesting thing is I don't think staff can come back here, go away and come back here with some recos on this. I think this is such a heavy duty topic, right? I mean, this is where we live. This is history, it's background. I don't know what the people want. You know, what, again, it speaks to relevancy. I don't know what the people, what would hold people's attention. I think even the mayor said it earlier in terms of, you know, what are those hot buttons that we could produce for people, whether it's QR codes or whatever, that they might find of interest as they go about the towns. And perhaps it draws people here. Maybe it's more of a cultural tourism piece than any other township in Ontario. I don't, or Canada, I don't know. Maybe we set about to accomplish that. But, you know, I can't imagine other than a group of people of our peers sitting around to get to that stage. So I don't know how staff could come together with here's 6 recommendations. And then we would say, yeah, let's go with 3 of them. Let's put a budget to it. I think it's going to be the minds of the people who could create that. My thought.
Director Pink, are you looking for specific direction from this group today?
Respectfully, I think committee is looking for direction from itself. Committee wish to establish a committee, and staff's coming to you and saying, what is it? What is the problem you want to solve? And staff will come back to you with an appropriate terms of reference, a term, the duration, the necessary resources. So I wouldn't say staff raised this and recommended that you establish a committee. You have done that yourself. We're looking to, again, get further information so we can assist you. I think, again, I'm trying and apologize to facilitate some of the ideas. And again, whether it's the economic development function, to Councillor Mazan's comments, perhaps in hindsight, you know, more of a cultural heritage lens could have been put in some of those master plans. But a lot of those master plans will flow from them additional study and detail. So, for example, the Parks and Rec master plan, there's a trails guideline that's coming back. Through that process, we could certainly look at signage, heritage signage, or additional details as being a requirement of future parks and trails in the community. You know, if a community center or an arena were to be rebuilt, is there a requirement through that process when council reviews design drawings that there be a celebration or a promotion of the history of the prior building or the area? I think those are still things in front of you that are available. You don't need to have a committee now to discuss them. I think those will come at future decision-making processes. But again, staff's looking for direction. You could choose not to establish a committee and we could wrap this up.
Councilor
If you wish to move something forward, then we're looking for some direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Through you, I would prefer, and in fact, we've heard there's lots of really good people out there doing a lot of good work, but in silos. So, you know, Walker's Point has his heritage committee. Even in Torrance, we have our own little archive in the basement. I want a group of, not the people around this table. I want that outside group. There could be a couple of counselors on the committee, and like we've done in the past. But I want those people to tell us what they're interested in protecting and doing. You know, I don't want to sit here today and only be specific. Okay, let's just make heritage about having doors open once a year. Like, that's not, in my opinion, that's just a display of heritage. It's not actually discussing heritage in the way that we have in the past. Like, the group would come together and actually have those exact conversations. What is it we want to do? What do we want to get out of this? Is there one particular district that we want to create? Is it, for instance, Windermere? Like, because that's kind of unfortunate that we kind of left that hanging. Like, we actually were moving forward to creating a heritage district in Windermere. And in fact, there were a few properties that we brought forward just before that term ended, and it was the direction. So I do believe that there's the need for a committee to be struck that would include those that wanted to sign up for it. If all of a sudden you don't get anybody that wants to be on the committee, that would be a different conversation. I would suspect, because we already have Susan Daglish that's going around putting heritage markers up in our towns. I would say that there's much more to this. And if I was to even get really, you know, I just don't want to be quite specific that we're only creating this committee so that we could do a marketing event of something. That was not, it was more, what are we doing to protect our heritage? That's, to me, what a heritage committee is, not about the whole marketing. And I get that that's a need and everything, but that's not what, in my opinion, what this committee would be about.
Committee, Councillor Nishikawa is suggesting that we strike a committee with a fairly broad mandate to coordinate things around the township and focus on some of the projects that are already underway. Did I frame that properly? Is that something this committee might think would be worth pursuing? Councillor Kent.
I was gonna say, I thought it would be helpful. I mean, and just in this discussion today, we've had 5 or 6 different little projects and things that are going on around the township. Would it be really great to inventory the people and the projects that are groups that do this now, so that we could figure out how to work with those groups if we're gonna set up a committee to do something different from what they're doing and or supplement what they're doing as the township. But, you know, it'd be nice to at least see in one place a list of these guys work on trails, these guys work on the Windermere stuff, these guys, you mentioned something in Bala. I mean, and that,
Heritage District.
right, okay, so just, no, I know you said there was a group that created it'd be nice to have a list of what all it is so that we could figure out how we slot ourselves in there and work with those people who are the experts.
Councillor Burry, you're on the museum committee or the museum board.
Yeah,
You've got
I
some
mean,
thoughts on this whole idea of heritage in the.
I do, but I'm probably gonna have to recuse myself because I'm married to Miss Heritage Muskoka.
Well, we're looking for some. So Director Pink is looking for direction from us. I'm trying to pull together what we've got here. Let me just say a few words. I think heritage is incredibly important. I live in a place that's or near next to a place that has lots of heritage and history. And there's lots of places like that. And it seems to me some form of central coordination and knowledge and recognition, and maybe bring some standards to how we approach things and encourage, as the mayor said, it's got things everywhere. And yet, we don't know about all the little pieces, and we could have a committee maybe that was an oversight committee that encouraged and gave directions and yet gave some consistency so that it has the same feel when visitors come to our township. If you go to Europe, the heritage it's in your face every turn, and we have lots. So it seems to me some form of structure that helps guide the township as a total. Mayor Kelly, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you for that. And for you, I was simply going to indicate, perhaps we could use the museum as a gathering place, as a centric, sort of heritage piece, and see if they'd be willing and interested in embarking on the journey with us, the township, with some more support.
Mayor Kelly?
I have no sort of experience in trying to take all these little patchwork quilts and make them into one big one. But could we do worse than simply getting the word out either quietly to anybody who participates in an archive, a museum, a heritage committee, a local community association that values heritage, bring them and invite them to just an open meeting where we literally have this discussion. How do we better organize ourselves around what goals? How do we get the work done? Do it literally. I mean, I'm not big on taking polls because then we're not leading, but I'm big on standing up and saying, what's wrong with this theory? What if we did A, B, and C? Here's everybody who's already kind of working around in the middle and on fringes independently in isolation. How do we organize that? How do we bring them together? How do we create something that people not only are engaged in, but they're already doing it. They're bought in. And either you just throw the doors open for some sort of just talk about heritage and how do we move it forward, or we all know somebody, whether it's somebody's employed at the museum or at the on heritage committee or something, bring them all together and kind of weave together a set of goals and objectives. Again, I'm not trying to spend a ton of money or create a municipal committee. I'm just trying to take advantage of what's there now and weave it together and create something bigger and more permanent and more easily accessed. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to say that idea has worked in our township before. So the museum ran into some significant troubles about 20 years ago. And the mayor and council of the time called a meeting to say, who's interested in keeping this? And I think that your idea, your worship, is to just expand that. And let's see who shows up. We have a very engaged community here and you know, it might just work to figure out where do we go from here. So I can tell you it did work before, and so let's try it again.
Committee, we now have somewhat concrete idea here. General sense from committee as to whether this is a direction we'd like to have staff do some further thinking on. Is that appropriate, Director Pink?
I guess just to clarify, I think what heard the last few comments is, would you like staff to organize a few delegations from the various groups to?
No.
I think we're talking about a
Burry?
widely advertised open house.
Yeah.
Of interested people without regard to what kind of heritage, but cultural heritage, built heritage, museum, whatever it may be, and see if we can't figure out how to take the next step forward together.
Mm-hmm.
Positive.
Director Pink, how does that sound?
Mr. Chair, so I'm hearing how as an initial step. I'm still not clear on the what. And maybe perhaps Mr. Pink is, but I'm still not sure I'm understanding what the problem is we're trying to solve. And I don't. And I'm just being genuine. I'm not trying to
So sorry, let me just get control. Mayor Kelly, you enunciated at the beginning some thoughts about, you know, what you thought could be better.
Excuse me, and thank you through you. I mean, I'd like to keep it as simple as anybody who's interested in preserving, protecting, and celebrating the history of, I guess, this township or Muskoka generally. I don't know how you draw a line around it. Somebody who's interested in that part of it. And it can be everything from the sort of archival work to displays and newsletters. And I mean, there's a new newsletter up in Windermere that's heavily geared towards celebrating Windermere's heritage, the Gazette, Windermere Gazette. I think the model in Windermere works, and I just love to see it brought to a much bigger footprint.
So I think it might be fair to say we don't necessarily have a problem here. We have an opportunity. And so rather than trying to fix a problem, we're trying to expand on the and get an opportunity expanded upon.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. So I think that's what I'm hearing is that we have heritage here. We're worried about it being lost and not celebrated as we move forward.
Fair enough.
And then gathering groups in the municipality about how do we go forward to resolve the problem.
Well, Councillor McIntyre you did have it.
This all started, as I recall, the last meeting, when we came across the deadline from the provincial legislation concerning heritage designations. So I think that can be a starting point.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just have a request because it is heritage, and in Bala, we've lost a significant heritage plaque in our that we have been promised for more than 10 years replacement. But I don't know what this township is doing on it. So I'm asking if that could be looked into, because honestly, I think it was very important for it to be in the Shield parking lot, and it actually told our story. It really told our story. And I hope that we can get that taken care of as soon as possible.
What's the best way to handle it? I mean, that's a request. The Director Pink, how can we handle that?
I think that's an example of a concrete problem, and that I know the former director of operational services was dealing with the province extensively. I can certainly follow up with Mr. Moore and Mr. Becking's successor, Mr. Clucci, and certainly inquire as to what the delay is on restoring that heritage plaque. But I don't want to just guess, but I do know I did reach out to Mr. Becking some time ago, and I thought the most recent I heard was he was making progress. So I'm not sure what the ultimate delay was, but we can certainly circle back with the province and pursue that.
Back to the question at hand. Do I think I get a sense that there is support for an idea of pulling together a community meeting to help us address or think about how we can better address heritage and culture in our township and help protect, preserve, and what's the other one? Promote, celebrate our culture on a grander scale than on the more regional or smaller pieces that we're doing. Is that something this committee would support and suggest to staff to do? General show of hands, please. Thank you. Director Pink, is that clear enough? Clear as mud? Do we need a resolution?
First.
While we're preparing resolutions, Director Pink, do you have anything to report on delegated staff approvals for the month of April? All right. So as quickly as you can type. Beg your pardon?
Business quickly.
Oh, new business, yes. I don't have any new business. Oh, we do have new business. Sorry. Councillor Burke?
Thank you, and through you, and I don't want to solve this today, but I am seeing a pattern of omitted data on planning site plans. And I know the mallet to fix this is to ensure that everyone gets an OLS survey where the surveyors are actually bound by, professional codes of conduct to have factual pieces there. But I also understand that, there's a year or a year and a half wait to get an OLS at times. But today we saw 2 site plans for sure that had either misleading or missing information. I know that the planners are signing affidavits saying that they're the information that they're providing to us is correct, but it would appear that is not as worth as much as the paper that it's written on. So I'm wondering if we could ask staff what alternatives we might have. So the problem is, and I'll put this into Mr. Hammond's language. The problem for me is the data is not correct for me to, as a counselor and a member of the planning committee, to make an informed decision. We're seeing site plans that aren't accurate. We've missed swimming pools. We've got a septic tank where it's a holding tank. These are not minor pieces. It's happening over and over again. I recognize that it's not all planners, but we can't single out one or the other. We have to take what we get. But the problem for us is that we're not getting good data, and we will make better decisions with better data. So I'm asking staff what tools we might have to help both our planners, and I know our planners are finding a lot of these things when they do their site visits. I get that. Maybe that's not getting to us quick enough or whatever. But I think there is a fundamental problem if in the 2 years that I've been on council and in this council chamber, I've seen at least 5 site plans that have had incorrect, misleading, erroneous, omitted, or false data. What can we do, or what as a township can we do to ensure that the data that we get is better?
Mr. Sharp, would you have any comment on that? I hope you were listening.
Thank you, Chair. Definitely. I mean, I think you raise a good point. We haven't gotten to the point yet where we're requiring every applicant to submit a survey by an Ontario land surveyor. But we do run into situations from time to time where, a site plan submitted, we go out, we look at, say a dock that's proposed and, there's a dock existing that's not as shown on the site plan, or sheds that are on the site plan, or sheds that are on the property that aren't shown on the site plan, and does cause from time to time some confusion. And we really do do our best to advise applicants when they meet with us in advance of submitting an application to show everything that's on the property. I would say when applications are submitted, they're required to be commissioned. So the people that are submitting them are swearing that everything within the application is accurate and true. You know, it's really the best that we can do, I think, perhaps short of, again, requiring every applicant to submit a survey. I don't know if there's political appetite for that, and I really don't know if there's enough surveyors in the area to really fulfill that requirement. I'm hearing that there's quite a backlog or a delay in actually retaining surveyors to do that type of work. So those are my comments. Mr. Pink may have more further thoughts. Thank you.
Director Pink, do you have any further discussions on this topic?
Through you, I think, no, I would just echo what Mr. Sharp said. I think I would comment that in my time here, I think the accuracy of drawings and zoning sketches and site plans has improved tremendously. So I don't think we want to lose sight of that. I think that's owing in part to the value of land and development. And I think most applicants are well served by having accurate data at the onset of any proposal, and that will assist them through the development process, planning and building. And more ratepayers and people who develop their properties are doing that. So I think it is improving. Do we need to go so far as having a policy and requiring an OLS stamp drawing for every minor variance, every planning application, every building permit? In an ideal world, perhaps, it would certainly make staff's time or staff's life easier. But I think there's significant consequences to doing that. I think, I think we hear committee loud and clear to be very diligent with applicants to ensure that what they submit to us is accurate, and where staff feels there may be discrepancies or inaccurate information, I think we can certainly take that advice and be a little, I wouldn't say more thorough. I think we are doing that, but certainly not deem applications complete until perhaps we have a survey in those instances where we question the accuracy of drawings. But I think it's one of those things where discretion is useful. I don't think council's looking for an OLS stamp drawing for every gazebo in the township, but there are some, again, more significant proposals or more complex, complicated properties and proposals where an OLS stamp drawing, I think, is certainly prudent. And again, I don't think we want to lose sight that we are moving in the right direction. Is there more to go? Likely. But I think we'd be cognizant of the lack of surveyors' time and lack of surveyors in our region as well. So it's not an easy problem to fix. But again, we can certainly pass that message on to planning staff to be even more thorough and diligent before deeming applications complete.
Thank you very much. Two brief comments, Councillor Kent and Councillor Edwards.
Through you to David. To me, the mistakes that we've seen tend to be places where they're using an old survey and then something's happened between the time the survey was done and the time they're applying for a new application, and they've added a deck and it's changed the side width, or they've added some footage to their dock without anybody knowing it. They've had a floating dock float in. Whatever it is, I just find that there are certain situations where we're making amendments on side lots and dock width where we may have to require that they get a survey. And maybe it's the way to approach it is to say which categories are really sensitive. Because I mean, whether with this last application, is it 8 feet she's asking for? Is it 20 feet she's asking for? There was such a range based upon the way it was calculated. And who are we supposed to believe? And are we actually making the right decision? So there's certain places where I think we do need to improve. Other places it's not.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I think maybe we should have staff do a checklist that you check off. Yes, there's a house. Yes, there's a shed. Yes, and then everything down a pool, a sports court. And when we go out and we find that it's not, that they've missed something, then charge them $100 or $200 for every item that's missed. They'll be quick to correct it after the first or second time.
Director Pink, and then we can stop this conversation.
I think just further to Councillor Kent's comments, I agree completely. staff can only make good recommendations and council can only make good decisions with the facts in front of them. But I think therein lies a bit of the challenge. You're right. A lot of property owners will say, I have a survey, and they might, and it might only be 5-10 years old, but they've done a lot of work in the meantime. And therein again, what's the feasibility of having an up-to-date survey every time you want to develop? There's a challenge. The other thing I would add to that is a lot of the times, a lot of the debates around this table or the concern is not always the exact location or the width, but what is the building being used for is a regular debate. And has it been continuously used that way, as we heard earlier this morning? Those aren't things that a surveyor is going to be able to solve for you either. So it is a loaded challenge. I would say to Councillor Edwards' comments, from my experience and my personal experience, and I think currently, I think staff is extremely diligent in checking. And there are consequences if incorrect drawings are submitted. As you saw today, the application has been deferred 2 times. There's a deferral fee of more than $100 or $200. I think it's $300, Mr. Sherp, to return the matter now because there's continuous staff time to review the latest proposal and committee's time to discuss it a 3rd time. So, and as we've heard many times, time is money. So this fairly simple dock boathouse proposal has now taken a lot longer because the applicant did not submit accurate drawings and now is not on 2 occasions. At the end of the day, I think we will get the accurate and a complete drawing. Unfortunately for the applicant, it's going to cost them more time and more money to get there. It's going to waste a bit of our time, unfortunately. So again, we will continue to do our best, but a lot of times we're at the mercy until staff physically goes out to the site, a week or 2 before this meeting and realizes the drawings aren't what, the site isn't what the drawings show. And I don't really know any other way around that other than to require a survey each time, which I'm not getting the impression we necessarily need to do or want to do. So again, I will certainly pass this message on to staff to be as thorough and diligent as possible on these drawings.
Thank you very much, Director Fink. Very thorough comments. All right, we are now going to pick up on the resolution where we were talking about heritage. And so we have a draft resolution for discussion and potential passing, moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that an open house be scheduled with various community groups, volunteers and residents to discuss how best to celebrate and promote the cultural heritage of the township. Now that has, of course, has to come back to council for ratification, but that's what we agreed. Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry, it's sort of celebrate doesn't quite. I just would like to deal with the heritage component of our township. Like, I don't want to just deal with how to have a party. Like I want to. So.
Not celebrate? Oh, you don't want to have a Helen?
I thought it was just gonna be about a whole discussion. We were gonna get together and ask them to discuss with us what they would like to do.
So it's not captured. Are these wordings not captured? Let me read it again. Be resolved that an open house be scheduled with various community groups, volunteers and residents to discuss how best to celebrate and promote the cultural heritage of the township. Can we suggest some other verbs rather than celebrate and promote? Councillor Mazin.
Going to comment is I think we need to trust that somebody on staff is now going to coordinate an open house on our behalf to try and they will come up with probably a good kind of guiding principle. But if we wanted to change, we could put capture and something, but I think we need to trust staff.
I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Anything else?
Just very quickly.
Director Pink, you have some new business.
Thank you. Just very quickly, staff did provide a report previously. I just wanted to provide an update that Bill 185 did receive royal assent. I believe it was last Friday. 4 main consequences or outcomes to that. One, pre-consultations are no longer ability. The pre-consultation bylaw that council passed is now, in my opinion, moot. Staff can no longer require pre-consultation for planning applications. Number 2, importantly, with respect to appeals to official plans, They did make changes between draft 1 and 3. And I need more time and perhaps a legal opinion or perhaps a tribunal decision to determine. But I believe 2 of the appeals to our official plan will certainly continue to be valid. 2 of the appeals may be now dismissed as a result of the changes. I think fortunately, 3, you will recall that we were required to refund application fees if council didn't make decisions within legislative timelines. That has been repealed, thankfully. So I think that's good news on that front.
Director Pink, which ones do you think will become moot on their OP?
So the changes to the legislation, the addition that the province added is that one of the specified persons or bodies that still have appeal rights, third-party appeal rights, is if you're an owner of land within the township and the policy or the zoning bylaw impacts those lands. So 2 of the appeals I know were submitted by landowners in the township, and the official plan applies to all lands. Our Muskoka appeal was submitted by an incorporation, which I don't believe is a landowner in the township. And then the 4th appeal is by an aggregate industry representative, and I'm unsure if that business owns land in the township. So those 2, I'm not confirming, but I believe those 2 appeals, we would need further information as to whether they're still valid.
Thank you very much. Right, committee, I have one more resolution that you are all dying to hear. Moved by Councillor Ken, seconded by Councillor Rogers. Be it resolved that I'm not going to say. Be resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 3:39 p.m. and the next regular meeting of the planning committee will be held on Thursday, July the 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. via electronically and in-person hybrid format in the beautiful downtown of Port Carling, the Chamber Council's municipal office in Port Carling. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? No.
Thank you.